Painkiller Ready, episode 518. Taylor?
Just the boys tonight. This episode of PKA is brought to you by GOAT.com and Smartmouth. We'll talk about them a little later. But so what's been new in the last 6 days?
Caffeine pills kicking in?
Is it? That's good. It was only maybe 6 minutes ago you were panicked that it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, it just popped right then. Like as you were doing the thing, I was like, oh. All right.
Dude, you take so much caffeine. Eventually, you're like chasing that dragon, like a heroin addict. Eventually, you're going to pop a couple caffeine pills, and you're going to be shocked when nothing happens, and then you're going to have to escalate. And you know how devastating to people's lives and families when caffeine addiction takes hold.
Yeah, I'm going to start cracking those capsules open because they're like gel capsules. You could just crack them right open and just start doing lines of caffeine.
Just snort it. What happens if you get addicted to caffeine? You get cranky and a headache?
Absolutely nothing. Everyone's addicted to caffeine that uses caffeine. It's an addictive substance.
You take caffeine anally.
Nicotine's a terrible example.
Two birds with one stone.
Caffeine,
alcohol is addictive.
A coffee enema is an injection of coffee into the rectum and colon via the anus as an enema. There is no medical or scientific evidence to support any positive health claim for this practice.
There's just some German guy with a fetish. I can't believe it took off.
And they're actually doing it.
It was a joke. I thought maybe we'll see if we get them to do it.
Did you
Why
know?
not Suzanne Summers, spread eagle.
You know what's funny about coffee enemas? Because like warning labels are on everything. It just seems like Americans in general, like the average not even Americans, the average person is an absolute dolt. Someone has said, oh yeah, coffee enema, I'm going to try that. That's the new trendy thing. And they shot it up their ass hot. You know they did it. You know they did it.
You know someone who did a coffee enema.
But not hot.
Elena from Sailing La Vagabond.
Oh, that's right. Elena.
Yeah.
Elena.
She did a video about it, and she did her coffee enema. And I'm like, it's this balance between so hot and so not hot, right? Mm-hmm. Like,
there's nothing about it that's hot.
After I saw
the person who did it is hot.
It's all not hot.
Okay, that part's fair, but the rest of it's pretty fucking. So do you even get benefit of caffeine through your asshole?
I think so, because you absorb everything else in there. You know, like those people who put alcohol in their assholes. Apparently, you know, it bypasses the liver. It goes straight into like the blood. Whatever, the blood something else barrier.
The blood-ass barrier.
The blood-ass barrier, as it's known scientifically.
Yeah, there's the blood-brain barrier, then the blood-ass barrier.
That's what I was looking for, the blood-brain barrier. It just goes straight into the bloodstream. I don't know if caffeine does that. I would imagine it does, but obviously alcohol does. We all know that.
Yeah, but there is, I don't know the science behind it, but apparently that's very bad for you to put alcohol directly into your asshole.
Why is it? The only reason I've ever heard that it's bad for you is because you could easily like get alcohol poisoning very rapidly because there is no, digestion of the alcohol. It's just like, boom, it's going straight into your system.
But if you gauge it out, it's 0 calorie drunk.
Right? Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. This is another good thing. Another good idea. I don't know how we market this. It's just a soft-tipped injection syringe.
Yeah. With either of our three faces on it.
Not it.
Throw mine on there. I don't care.
It says here that coffee enemas cure cancer. Now, there's no scientific evidence backing it.
What website?
Wikipedia is saying that there's no scientific proof, but it cures cancer. And Gweneth Paltrow's company promotes coffee enema kits.
Oh, fuck Goop. Fuck
no,
her
but she
and her
sells
stupid fucking company.
Yeah, her pussy candles, which we looked into that, and it turned out that it didn't even smell like a pussy. It was like, well, I imagine my pussy smells like sandalwood, and it's like, then you're retarded.
Wait, is that how it went? I remember it backwards, but I'm not sure I'm right. I thought it was supposed to be something else, and it actually smelled like pussy. Do I have it backwards?
You do.
No, yeah, it was backwards. It was supposed to.
She was like, "This is my cunt candle," and you get it, and it's like fucking sandalwood, like Taylor said.
Yeah. I don't even think. I think we thought initially there was like a small drop of like pussy juice or fragrance in there, and then I think we all realized like that's absurd.
She's just fucking flicking the bean like all day, just filling tankards of squirt to be used.
It's like how
candles.
it's made. After the candles are processed, they're sent down the line, and then she's just slicking because they're all just going under there. Gweneth Paltrow provides a luscious coat of sandalwood pussy juice. Yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, I've never thought she's all that attractive. Like she's got a very pretty face. Like she's very aesthetically pretty, but like she's just one of those string bean women that were hot in the 90s.
I don't even remember.
And by hot, I mean like that was we talked about this 3 shows ago, but you know, the aesthetic of the 90s was that sort of like emaciated, like no boobs, no butt, like just skinny, rib showing body.
Yeah, that was the aesthetic of the 90s. And they didn't appreciate a banging ass when I was a teenager.
No.
True.
And I don't understand it. I feel like the black people have been and Latin people have been ahead of us.
Trendsetters.
Oh, gross. She's 48. Oh, you were right. Not buying a 48-year-old bitch's pussy candle. You retarded. Okay. No, that one girl who sells the bathwater. Remember when we talked about that a while back?
Oh yeah, Belle Delphine.
See, she probably made a ton of money selling.
She was on a
bathwater.
podcast recently. That Penguin guy. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, so forgive me. For all I know, he's the most popular YouTuber in the world. But anyway, I don't know. And I didn't know she was British. She's got like a really cute little British accent. And but yeah, if you want to see all of her like nude sort of nudes, you know, there's a subreddit for that. It's the Belle Delphine Patreon subreddit. There's also Belle Delphine Lewds. That's the sister Patreon or Discord. God damn it, subreddit. A little too much caffeine, I think. I took 2.
You're gonna be charged.
It's 400 milligrams.
So which one's dirtier, nudes or lewds? I don't know where to look.
So the Belle Delphine Patreon subreddit as the most content and the most users. You get like updates as soon as she uploads something to her OnlyFans. You get it. It's really quick. But in case you don't remember, you know, she's the one who like goes right to the edge of showing nipples and vagina, but no further. Like you can see her like banging herself with a dildo or using vibrators, and you just see like you see vagina like from around the curvature of the earth. You know, like it's like you can see, you know, when the sun is rising.
There's pussy on the horizon.
Yeah,
you can kind of see it.
The sun's rising and the light is kind of like glowing over there, but you still can't see the sun itself. That's how much of her pussy you see. And the same with her nipples. You'll be like, yeah. And every time they get 3 pixels of like nipple or butthole, they're just like, we did it, boys. We got her. and everybody freaks the fuck out over there. And that's what's made her so popular.
It was the
in part.
The
I'm looking at a picture of her right now. She has 2 fingers covering her labia and 2 fingers covering her bunghole. And does that make this safe for work? Probably not. I'm not going to risk it.
Definitely don't show that on YouTube. I saw the same.
There's definitely some on there that you can show just to show that like a lot of people don't like when someone gets too popular, and they don't like when someone's popular for like something that they think anyone can do. So people like hate on this chick a lot, but you gotta admit she's really fucking cute. Like, I mean, I don't get why people hate on her.
She's making a ton of money.
Making a shitload of money. Like here's a cute entrepreneur who shows you almost vagina. Like, how could you hate on her?
You have to know that like people in the porn industry are probably like, this is bullshit.
Oh yeah, all those
I've been
chicks who were
showing
getting
pussy and tits since
I've been getting my
day
asshole
one.
railed so hard for so long that when I shit, it just rolls out of me.
And she's making 130 grand. I'm making up a number right here. A month on Patreon or whatever.
You're right. I've been scrolling and I've looked at probably 60 pictures of her now, and it is everything but, right? She is here fully naked sitting on a dildo, but the like penetration is covered by a heart and her hair is covering her boobs. Like you can see she's doing like porn stuff. Like she's right there, solo porn stuff. And but you just never get exactly what you're hoping for.
Yeah, she had one recently, or not kind of recently, where she's like, it's like a 45-degree angle, like, or 90-degree angle or whatever, like from the side, and she's getting fucked with like one of those fuck machines. But you can't see anything, but you can totally see that, you know, she's being fucked. But yeah, she doesn't
happening, but you can't see
yeah,
what.
Yeah, you know what's happening, but you don't get to see it. That's what keeps them coming back.
But why pay? Or I guess that's why you're right. They're paying for a tease. They like the mystery.
A couple pictures where, you know, the mound of Venus. Have you guys heard that term before? There's another term for it too.
Pubis.
Pubis.
The clam crest.
Clam crest. That's it.
That's what I was searching for.
In the medical community. Mons pubis.
Mons pubis. That's what it is. Yeah. So you've seen that, but not quite the divide in the lips, right? Just the mons pubis. Yeah. She's everything but.
And a while back, I want to say she was like holding the dildo or whatever, like near her vagina, and it was what was like hiding her vagina. Oh, I think she had a butt plug, like a glass butt plug, and you know, like light refracts in a semi-transparent piece of glass. So they're like enhance, 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 and they're like, ladies and gentlemen, we got her. Because like there's this upside down and reversed image through this like piece of crystal that is her vagina. And it's just like it was like the top hot thing on that subreddit for like months. It would just get reposted over and over and over.
Did someone on like 4chan do like a reverse refractory of the light to try and
the people on the
solidify?
subreddit did? Yeah,
They did that?
Yeah, they've done it. Yeah,
Because I used to love that on. Do you remember that old post on 4chan? I think it was like on Fit, and it was some dude that was absolutely shredded, like just out of his mind ripped. But he was standing by a doorknob, and he had claimed that he was like 5'8.5", and he was like, "I'm not gonna say I'm tall. I'm not a liar. 5'8.5". And some dude was like, did like college level geometry to like draw lines, and he's like, the average height of a doorknob in the United States is blah, 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 blah. And then like did it, and he's like, based on this evidence, ladies and gentlemen, he's no taller than 5'2". Pack it up. And it's like, it was funny though. It was like that doorknob was like, good lord, that's like, it's like your stern.
Where's that doorknob
like,
at his nipples? Yeah.
just a big door.
Speaking of subreddits, I have a new subreddit for you guys.
Kyle's
this one's not
subreddit
as
of the week.
This one's very niche. Okay, now I like it. The issue is that it's not always not safe for work. I wish there was a version of this subreddit that was only not safe for work, but you got to like filter through the funny stuff to find the dirty stuff. And it's Mirrors for Sale. This is my subreddit of the week. Over on Mirrors for Sale, it's exactly what you might think it is. It's people selling mirrors.
Top all time. Let's see what we got.
Well, whenever you're taking a picture of something you're selling, whenever you're selling something, you take a picture of it. And so people are accidentally catching themselves in the reflection. Now, I bet on top all, it's a lot of people who are like leaning into that subreddit and like making funny reflections of themselves on purpose. But what I like to do is dig deep and find like the hot chicks who are trying to sell like it's not just mirrors. Sometimes it's anything reflective. So televisions, irons,
this is the first
cars.
Like, really funny one that's safe for work that I've seen.
The iron? The one above it's good too.
I see his dick.
I didn't notice the dick in
you
this
went
one.
above one. Yeah, on the scale, that one is something. But I can't show that. I can show this one on the iron, though. That's pretty funny.
It's like this old man in the guitar.
Yeah, I see his cock. You didn't notice the cock?
He must not have clicked on it.
Oh.
Lost a bit of weight since Christmas, Taylor. Check that one out.
Oh, I've seen that one. And the guy goes, "How the fuck do you delete a tweet?" Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Man, that is just a terrible. That's the least flattering he could look.
What is this
Probably.
one with the shower? I don't see what they're referring to.
It's one of those when you see it.
Yeah,
I want to show it to chat. I always call them that. The viewers, but I don't see the point of it yet, and I'm afraid that once I discover it, it's going to be a naked person.
well, I must. This is tough. What's here?
All right. Wait. The handle and bathtub spigot thing are reflective. Is that it?
Let's see. Let's see if we can go down far enough. I don't see a penis down there. I just see a leg. Maybe a guy wearing shorts. I give up. This is too hard.
I think the trick is there's nothing.
The only thing is that there's nothing there, and that's like a picture of a mirror?
I think the magic in this one is somehow they took a picture of a mirror without being in it.
That's not even a naked person. That's stupid.
But yeah, I like that one a lot. I had another one, but I forgot it already. I'm going to start writing them down. And but yeah, Reddit's is full of so many interesting little weird groups of people. I saw one a while back where it was someone else's post, and they were talking about how like they wanted to fuck toasters, and they'd always been ashamed of the fact that they want to fuck toasters. That's like their kink. And
that can't be real. It's got to be
a
little troll.
They went on Reddit and they looked, and they found a community of well over 1,000 others who are also into fucking toasters and want to fuck toasters, and now he's like, life ruined.
How would you fuck a toaster? I mean, obviously it would have
very
to be off,
carefully.
and it's made of metal, so not a lot of stretch and give there. It's going to be a very uncomfortable fuck.
Like zero stretch and give.
Yeah, I'm going to say closer to zero than any.
Yeah.
Because it is made of metal. And the dick is made of flesh.
Well, metal stretches, metal bends.
Yeah,
Especially if you get it hot
need
enough.
a really hard dick. Yeah, you get it hard enough. Your dick is just
No, you
marks
get the
on
toaster
side.
hot enough, then it'll bend.
Oh,
It's you're done when you hear that sizzling sound.
see, that's the thing. Like, I refuse to believe that's a real one. Maybe there's like 4 guys out there who really liked the brave little toaster, but other than that, it's just a bunch of people playing into it. Like the real, or maybe you'll prove me wrong. Like the real ones that are absurd, like the inflation, like furry stuff. Like there's a critical mass of them. It's like, okay, that's a lot of people actually are doing this. Toaster fucking, I've never seen that anywhere.
So the subreddit, there's a couple of subreddits. One of them's called Toaster Fuckers, and the other one's called Toaster Fucking. They have very few members though, so I may have been bamboozled.
How many is
here.
very few?
Like 122.
Even 122 is more toaster fuckers than I thought.
See, but you can tell they're fake because no one actually has their penis in a toaster.
Top all time? You didn't see mine?
No, I didn't see your post. It's in a George Foreman grill. Jackie comes down before dinner. Jackie, get out of the kitchen!
What? Nothing. I just need to be alone.
You can never look at your wife again.
No. Hey, wait, it's all right, Jackie. You walked in. You got to finish.
Oh God.
We have rules.
That's a funny
The
rule.
smell. The
When's the last
smell,
time-
Woody.
Think of the smell, you bitch! But when was the last time that was put into effect?
This year,
you were
not too
stroking?
long ago.
Really?
Yeah, it's.
What was the scenario?
Just what you said? Because the rule was originated this way. I felt like she got a kick out of catching me. Right? It was like, like creeping up on me and stuff. And it's like, woman, like you knew what you were walking into, and something she thought was funny. It's like, well, now if you know, then you have to participate. You know what you're getting into. Either leave me alone or join in.
Where are you jacking off that you're being caught? You've got 100.
I don't want to tell you.
Everywhere.
Middle of the kitchen. Because if I were like,
He hears her coming upstairs to like bring him some soup. He's like,
I gotta get.
"Oh, you got me again!"
Your dick's 40% hard. You're just. Whoa.
I think he has a problem. He's just always going at it. Every time I walk in the room.
Woody, you're just squeezing the base. It doesn't count. You weren't fully torqued when we came in. You're trying to fake it.
You obviously
Yeah, so-
just did this.
Yeah, that's an interesting rule.
It's a solid rule.
I
Everyone
don't-
should invoke it.
Like, Kyle, maybe you're the same way. If you're jacking off and there's someone that could find you that you don't want to find you, you're a kid, for example. You're a kid jacking off and mom or dad are out there, but the deed's got to get done because you're 14 and hormones are raging. You have the hearing of Superman. All of your traits are augmented to the point that, like, if a cricket chirps louder than average, it's just take a second. Listen for footsteps. Even the slightest footfalls in the kitchen. I can hear the ice machine downstairs. All right, I can get a few more cranks. Like you're so wrapped up in making sure. Like I was never caught. I don't think, unless I blacked
This
out.
isn't
caught.
true. When he's not on the call, he told me that 14-year-old Taylor had that rule in his house.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's just,
Dad,
just
you know the
marching
rules.
around. Sorry, everyone. You gotta take care of business. Well, I think we gotta really start thinking about sending him to that special school.
Sucks to be little brother, but you walked in on me.
Oh, God.
Gross. Yeah, but I like Kyle. You were the same way, right?
I've never been
perfect
caught.
hearing, perfect vision.
Yeah, I'm like the fucking Daredevil in there. Like I can sense the fucking I'm echolocating at that point. Like I'm not getting caught.
Yeah, secret jacking.
Not a bad
Especially-
superpower.
Not bad at all. Yeah,
You don't
it's
have
a
to be a
god-tier
superhero.
superpower.
You just have to be a 14-year-old who's not deaf. Then you can survive. You can make it through your whole teens, not get caught.
Yeah, I've never been caught. I caught a girlfriend once. I left her house to head back home, and then like 2 miles down the road, I was like, nah, I'm gonna stay another day. And like turn around and go back. Caught her in the bed, and I was like, ha. Have you ever heard of Woody's rule?
Now, it may not sound right, but you still have to finish me.
That's how it works.
As punishment for you, you do not get to get off. And you actually have to go pick up dinner. Yeah.
These are solid rule sets. I approve.
Yeah. They're like Gordon Ramsay rules. I love Gordon Ramsay shows. I've been watching Hell's Kitchen on Twitch a little bit. I watched like 5 hours of it last night. Just really liking it. Taylor Merkin on Twitch. Been having a lot of fun over there. But Gordon Ramsay will lay out the rules for his competitions where he's like, you're going to cook breakfast, traditional, continental, beautiful. And one team will be eliminated. You'll vote for someone. They'll come up, and I'll choose between the teams, because there's red and blue team, guys and girls, who's eliminated. And like within, I think it's 11 minutes of the show, he's breaking all his own rules and like doing sneaky things where he's like, I've decided. You're all eliminated. And it was like, it's like, what? You can't do this. He's just randomly you're out. Someone burned. There was some guy who couldn't cook the cod right. He was panicking, and he burned so many pieces of cod that Gordon's like, we're waiting on the fucking cod. And the guy's like, we're out of cod. And he's like, what do you mean we're fucking out of cod? You burned all the fucking cod. Listen to me. Get out! He screamed at him, and he made him leave. And he's like, I've never had a contestant burn all of an ingredient. Like, just all
he
of
like hands him a fishing rod. Like,
oh, and there's like competitions that don't make sense. He's like, none of you can figure out how to cook scallops. And so you must dig in this 5-ton pile of ice and find the 40 scallops and then cook them perfect. And these are like morbidly obese chefs. Like, they're really struggling after a couple minutes in the sun. 100% of them are smokers. There's one woman on there who's 27. It's claimed she's 27, but it's the oldest looking 27-year-old. I bet she's 6'1", a cool 550. That's a
full-sized woman.
And she's so much bigger than all the other women that she just like domineers over them. And like one of the other women on the team is just like, nobody, you fucked up the scallops. Don't get mad at me because you weigh 5 million pounds. And like,
she said that?
And she said
That's
that. And
a big dick
dude,
move.
2011 reality shows, way better. Way better. They were.
I have watched
brutal.
every season of that show. It's what's it called again? It's
Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen.
It's tremendous. This is the first time I remember watching it.
Dude, I fucking love it. I've watched every seasons. I'll tell you what I do though, and it makes the episodes better for me. I fast forward through all the competitions. I only want to see them cook. I don't care about like when they're out there like in kayaks. They do a lot of physical-ish competitions. Mm-hmm. Even if it's just like cook this and then you have to like balance it on a board and like run over there or something like that. It's so ridiculous when the fat people start trying to compete. And it's clear that they're handicapped, essentially. They can't do this shit. And it's just comical. I don't like any of that, though. I just want to see them cook.
It's funny to watch them in the physical challenges. I like and watching them argue with each other. That's entertaining. I like that.
I like when they argue. I like when he tears them down. I like watching them cook when it's, even if they do a good job at the cooking, I like that because I like cooking shows. I like learning technique. Like, I don't know why they're having such a hard time with the scallops. I can fucking cook a scallop.
Do you remember what I'm talking about? They could not. It was 2 full episodes of these fuckers not being able to figure out scallops. And there's only one time that jumped out at me watching it that it was clearly Gordon trying to just amp it up for no reason about the food. It was some guy named like Luigi Calamazzanamini or something. He's this big fat Italian guy, and he's just like, my dad's been feeding me prosciutto since I was born, and he's like, I'm taking the New York style slice. I can make that for sure. He makes it, and it's like a little bit floppy, just exactly like New York style is a little floppy. It's not extra crisp, and like he brings it over there. He's so proud. They show the plate on the screen, and I'm like, now this is a delicious New York style pizza. A little bit of flop, but still crisp on the back end, nice and good. And Gordon goes, what the fuck is this? This is not New York style crisp pizza. Throw it, and he throws away this delicious pizza, and this fat Italian guy's just like, but I know this. I know that was right. Like,
or he'll make them fail on purpose. Like he'll pick it up by the crust and let all the toppings slide off. Like, Your toppings weren't glued on. And it's just like, well, of course they weren't. You're supposed to like get this thing and like fold it together and then eat it. Like
Dude,
you just made him fail on purpose.
I want to see someone alpha Ramsay, right? He should be like, what?
Impossible. Impossible. He's too alpha.
He's ready to fight.
If you're a
you can't hit the
New
host.
York chef, then you can say, no, you fucking limey Brit. This is what a New York pizza is. Welcome to my world. You don't tell me what a pizza is from New York. Maybe you know London pizza.
You're being screamed over 3 words in. Like he goes bananas. And one guy, he got mad at some guy, and the guy goes, all right, baby, I'll get it right next time. And he goes, did you just fucking call me baby? You. Out! And it's the middle of dinner service, and like at one point, there's like 8 people on each team. He kicked out 6 people from one team.
So just 2 left, and they're running around
left trying to do it.
But the pots and pans didn't leave, just the people who were tending them. So now these 2 people have to run around herding cats, like, oh god, like stirring eggs and flopping fucking flambe, and it's ridiculous.
And the side that loses, like it goes. I was going to say borderline fear factor. No, straight up to fear factor sometimes. The boys' team lost the scallop challenge, and he was like, you fucked up. More scallops. We could have fed the restaurant twice, you dimwits, or whatever he said. And he's like, so you will all be drinking scallop shakes. We've taken the scallops you overcooked and ruined last night, liquefied them, enjoy. and they all had to do that. And the fat guy on the team helped out. He helped out with some other people, eating it and everything, drinking it. The same way, this fat bitch on the women's team, it really showed the value in having a fat person on your team. The women's team, when they lost, they had to eat a bunch of testicles. And all the women were being complete baby back bitches about it. They were just cooked. It probably just tastes like meat. Pretty bland though, didn't look seasoned, but whatever. And all of the women were taking half pieces and doing the fat bitch is like, that's 6. And she is powering through this plate of testicles. I'm pretty sure they'd ask her to stop because of the challenge. It wasn't one person doing it, but yeah, I think she ate 8, 9 testicles.
I like her. Yeah, I'm a little scared, but I like her in general.
Yeah, I like her too.
She's
the thing about Ramsay, I've never seen him back down. He's ready to fight. He's willing to fight if it comes to it. I'm not saying he's a badass or that he's going to win the fight.
Oh, he's a total badass. I love.
But he's down to fight.
No, badass implies to me that he's a fighter. I want to have.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Colby. No, you're not. Taylor did. I want to have Colby Covington compete on the show and see how that goes.
He would hit Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay would sue him, and Colby would be fighting for Gordon Ramsay for the next 3 years.
Okay,
or
I want that.
Gordon would be too quick with a sharpened knife. Shing, 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 shing.
Oh, if you give Gordon Ramsay the knife, I'm going with Gordon Ramsay every time.
Do you really think?
I really think Gordon
guy.
Ramsay with a knife beats up Colby Covington. Yes,
really?
Dude, Colby Covington comes at him before he knows both of Colby's nipples are perfectly cut in Gordon's palm. 30 seconds each side, perfection. One flip. And it's done.
I hadn't really considered Gordon Ramsay is a knife expert, right? I think of him as an old white guy, which is what he also is.
He's fit, too.
He's really fit. He takes every opportunity, as I've said before, to show off the bod.
Fit, but...
He's British fit.
The other guy is Colby Covington.
Yeah, but the other guy has a razor-sharp Japanese knife.
Yeah.
That's true. And, does Colby know how to cook? Because he won't even be in the competition long enough to get in a fight.
I doubt. I bet he eats, chicken breast and broccoli for a living or something. He's a fighter.
Probably. Yeah.
Boring, bland, but very nutritious food. Yeah, so I've been loving that show. I thought for the longest time that I had seen a bunch of that before because, in my head, Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares got, bled together. And I was like, oh, yeah, Hell's Kitchen, where he makes fun of the fucking restaurants or whatever.
If you can find, I don't know if you're able to watch it on your Twitch streams, but you can go really far back and you can watch Marco Pierre White. And he's the guy who trained Gordon Ramsay. He was the original celebrity chef. And you can watch him, and he is crazier than Gordon. He's actually got a personality disorder. He's not putting on a show. He's chopping vegetables, and BBC 3 is there, filming him chop the vegetables. And they're like, well, do you find that this and that works well in the kitchen? And he just goes, yes, as he's chopping. Well, it's big dinner service tonight. Are you excited? A lot of celebrities coming in. Yes. And 4 questions in a row, just yes or no. And they go, Marco, we're really trying to make a show here. And he's like, what would you like me to do? What would you like me to do? Would you like me to cut myself? I will. Say the word. I'll cut myself. Would that be a nice show for you if I cut myself? And he's like waving this knife around with these bug eyes. I'll cut myself.
This is good. Keep going. Keep going.
They're like, this is exactly what we were looking for. And Gordon is working in the background, just sweating his ass off. He's the one like running and like doing the bidding of Marco Pierre White, who's super accomplished chef. I think he's the only one who's ever given back his Michelin stars. He's like, he like didn't want them. Like he's a whore for Knorr stock pots now. It's like an online meme. Every video he does, it's like he's making this incredibly delicious meal, but instead of like doing the traditional thing, he's like, and the secret is a Knorr vegetable stock pot. And he like cracks this like plastic container open and peels the lid off and
do good pots help much?
Pots and pans.
Pans maybe, like frying pans, and
it's really about heat retention and distribution, and cooking things evenly. And if you're doing a lot of flipping, taking a pan off of the heat, it really does lose a ton of heat rapidly if it's a cheap thin pan. So I think that's really where your pans are doing well.
Pans I can see, but pots where you're where you're making soup or boiling like eggs or whatever it is you do with pots, like spaghetti sauce. It seems like the pot's not the key to it.
Yeah, I don't think the pot matters at all. I have cheap pots and expensive pans.
All right then. Hey, you were telling us before the show started that you got a surprise visit.
Yeah. So my probation officer showed up randomly like yesterday, I think it was yesterday. And he had called me and he had also emailed me, but I didn't see either. The call was like a number I didn't know, and we were playing zombies. So I was just like, screen. And I didn't check my email for like a day, and so I missed it. But he just showed up and had his piss test in his hand. I'm like, aha! I knew it was him because he introduced himself, because I'd never seen him before. I thought I could have sworn I had a female officer, and I'd never seen her either. Uh-huh. So I started with this one guy pre-trial, and while I was in prison, he got promoted to like regional manager or assistant to the regional manager. I'm not sure which. And so when I got out, he assigned me to this other guy, this young guy, and but that guy only dealt with like more high risk people, not people who had half an ounce of marijuana one time. I think he's dealing with like actual fucking hardened criminals and like violent criminals. So he's like, I'm gonna bump you down to this girl who's just started. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I have literally never seen her. I was there doing a piss test one day. And you have to have a male officer, obviously, look at your dick. So, so the female officer wouldn't be the one to come into the bathroom with me. And so the high risk guy, he goes in the bathroom with me. We do the piss test and everything. And on the way out, he like kind of yells down the hallway and into a door, hey, Diane, do you need to see him for anything? And I just hear, no. And he's like, all right, you're good to go. That's the only contact I've ever had with her. And so I assumed that I had a female officer. But I haven't had any contact with them other than like I do this online self-report thing where I just go to a website, put in my password and code.
Have you done drugs? No.
That's one of the questions.
Really?
That's one of the questions. Yeah. Have you done any illegal drugs? Nope. Had any guns? Nope. Had any, just all these like, and it's the same questions every month. I'm just nope. Yep. Yes. Nope. Yes. Nope.
So you have to get I hate that. They should make the right answer all the same.
All the same. Oh, I pay so much attention. Like, what if they're like, well, it seems you filled out that you've been in possession of firearms and drugs. And I'm like, oh, no, that's a misclick. Tough shit. You verified it with your password at the end.
Right? It's like,
just put your hands behind your back, please.
Have you taken any drugs? Have you been avoiding guns? Oh, shit.
Oh, no. The phraseology, Your Honor.
Yeah, so did the drug test and it was all good. He was
Were you nervous? I took a drug test for a job once, and even though I don't do drugs, I was like, do I do poppy seeds? Do I do like I don't know. That's the only one I can think of. There's a couple that can give you false positives.
Sure. Yeah. No, I wasn't nervous at all. I've taken so many at this point especially when I used to have to go like almost every week or every 10, 15 days, like 3 or 4 a month. And so I don't know. I've taken so many at this point. It's not a big deal. And you pee in the cup, and the cup itself is the test. It's like a pool, like one of those pool
like
things where you dip the water
the pH.
in, and it shows you the pH and everything.
So you got an instant answer. You knew you passed it.
Yeah. I pee in the cup. I put the lid on. I hand it to him. He goes, "Oh, you're all good. You can pour that out," and we're kind of done. But it was good to see him because he asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving, and I was like, I don't know. Family probably come out here. I'm not allowed to go to them. And he's like, "Oh, anytime you want to go up there, you just can." He's like, "Just email me and let me know when you're leaving and when you're coming back." So that I knew I could ask for that, but I never wanted to bother them about it. But now I think I will. I'll shoot them an email and
see if you can parlay that into a Colorado trip. I'm an avid skier, and all right, put on your skis and show me you know now. Well, no, I always ski in jeans.
So, is there an update on getting off?
Nope.
Fucking nothing.
No, haven't heard anything. Just the lawyer's working on it. Is what is the response I get when I ask. So, you'll know when I know.
My Twitch chat was asking me the other day, and I'm like, "You guys know the deal? Like it seemed like it should be soon. We all had the idea it was around nowish, and that any day now we might find out some great news, but there's no like progress thermometer like installing a game."
And honestly, I don't care because like I feel like the longer this takes, the better my odds of getting approved are. If they're like rather than saying I'm 12 out of 24 months, now I'm 13 out of 24 months, and like shit, if it stretches to February, he's almost 2/3 of the way through. I don't know. I think it's more likely that it gets approved.
I wonder if it goes the other way. If you're like 95% done, if they're like, fuck it. Is it even like a waste of time?
Finish him out.
Yeah. I don't know. It'd be very nice though. I would love to do some traveling, go some places, like 2 or 3 in particular. Maybe Reno, Vegas, Seattle, or Denver, or all 3, or all of those actually. I'm going to do a lot of traveling as soon as I'm free.
Other than Colorado, where else? What's on the?
I'm going to go up to Seattle, see Scum, hang out with him a little bit.
Nice.
We've been talking about, me and a bunch of guys have been talking about going to Vegas or Reno, just Nevada in general. And, have some fun there, maybe playing some poker, and, they have legal weed there and legal prostitution there. Could have a real ball. I've
never been to Vegas.
Nevada. You've never been to Vegas in all your like business travels?
Well, I've only flown through Vegas. I've never like gone.
But you never
there.
did you ever have a layover and get to play the slots in the airport at least?
Never did. No.
Yikes, man. It's a great place.
Seems fun.
I don't love it. Every time I've been, it's been for work. So it's like really need to get to bed, got a big day in the morning kind of shit. But I usually have fun. Well, I'm not like a big crazy partier, and I don't like strip clubs a lot, but I do like gambling, and they now have legal marijuana. So it would be fun to just get high and play some poker.
Well, I was surprised. Yeah. It's been a long time since I was in Vegas, but I was like, so Vegas is Vegas everywhere, huh? You go to a diner to have like eggs for breakfast, and at the entry door you can like play real video poker. Like everything has it. The airport, there's a little casino in the airport. I'm like, somehow I thought Vegas was limited to like 12 big buildings. No, the whole thing turns out to be Vegas.
Yeah, there are so many opportunities to gamble just at the airport. They have these like cubes in the middle of the airport that you can go into that are smoke proof, and it's like a sliding door, and you go in and you can smoke inside the building in the airport in this glass cube full of gambling machines. And then like even at your gate, when you're sitting there waiting to board your plane, there's like 5 machines right there where you can play video poker or whatever.
Is there just like a shop vac sucking the air out of the smoke place and
like straight up above you, and it's just constant suction.
Chimney.
So,
dude, the smoking section at the St. Louis airport looks like it's a bunch of people about to be deported. Like it's so depressed. Like I swear the wallpaper in there's like just frowny faces.
They're just burning them down.
Because they'll walk in there. There's no TV. There's nothing to do. It's a gray room, and you can just visibly walk by and see. And like it doesn't keep the smell out all the way because people are going in and out. So you can smell it 100 yards in each direction. It feels like.
Sometimes
smoking in one of those rooms sounds awful.
Sometimes it seems like smoking sections are designed to make you want to quit smoking. It should be fun. It should, we're going to force you to go outside. We're going to make you unhappy. We're going to play those like mosquito repellent sounds that people can hear.
Yeah, you can smoke as much as you want. No, this is our mold repellent.
There's a giant hornet nest in the corner. The one in Atlanta is actually pretty nice. It's just like it has the nice airport waiting chairs that they have at the gates, and there's televisions in there, if I remember correctly. And I've flown through, and I'm like, I kind of want a cigarette, and like I know I can walk right in there and ask for a cigarette, and these people will help. The thing about smokers, all right, they're generous people. A cigarette is like $6 a pack, $7 a pack, so. What does that come to? 35. I guess it's not that big of a deal. 35, 40 cents a piece. But I've never asked for a cigarette and been turned down in my entire life. It's never
Very
happened.
Friendly, generous.
And no one has ever asked me for a cigarette. And I've never turned down anyone who's asked me for a cigarette.
Has anyone ever turned you down because you've been like, hey, here's my Marlboro Red or whatever the fuck you smoked. And they're like, oh, no, I don't smoke that.
No, nobody's picky when they're beggars can't be choosers. I've never had anybody be picky about the brand, or I always smoked menthols. So like, some people could be picky about that.
If I was a smoker, I think I'd pick menthols too. Now they're usually associated with black people, right? Like is that a fair assumption?
I don't hear that as much anymore.
But they're like
all their marketing is toward black people.
But they're the minty ones. They're like, I don't know. Look, I like my coffee cinnamon bun flavored, and I think I'd like my cigarettes to be menthol.
Yeah, I find like Marlboro Lights, especially, and Marlboro Reds, I feel like they taste like cardboard. Like if you ever burning cardboard boxes and you like get a whiff of it, that's what those cigarettes taste like to me. But like Marlboro Smooth, which is what I always smoked. Like last year when I was smoking for the Halloween thing, I bought a pack of Marlboro Smooths. They taste like peppermint.
Was it nice? Was it a nice little blast to the past where you're like,
oh yeah,
I remember why I did this.
Yeah,
this is pretty
good.
good.
Like when we went to Colorado a few years ago, we were all smoking. It's like, fuck yeah, I'm smoking.
When you smoked, did you have negative impacts from smoking? Did you have a cough? Did you have shortness of breath? Nothing?
The only time I'd ever get a cough is like sometimes my cousin and I would do these like all night gaming sessions where we'd like try to beat like a Halo campaign in one sitting. And we were switching the controllers back and forth. This is before co-op. I guess it had co-op, but it would have been split screen. It plays like shit. So we go back and forth. And like whenever he's playing, I'm just chain smoking cigarettes, and vice versa. And if I smoke like a whole pack, like in a night, yeah, that's way too much. And I would have a cough the next day. But
you were never a pack a day smoker.
No, I'd smoke like sometimes a pack would last 3 days, but usually it'd last like 2.5 days, something like that. I'd smoke somewhere between 5 and 15 a day, depending on if I drove a lot, that was a heavy smoking day because like, I don't know, just driving and smoking, especially like driving across the country when there's nothing else to do.
It kept you occupied a little bit.
Just keep you occupied.
Did you ever use dip, like chewing tobacco?
I got peer pressured into it a couple times in high school, and I always got sick.
It is such an unpleasant feeling.
Yeah,
to have that stuff in your mouth.
You did it a bunch, right, Taylor? Am I crazy? I thought you used to dip on the show.
No.
Maybe I'm
I had
mixing it up.
these like little things, but this is just nicotine salts in a pouch. I'm talking about like the actual like real.
Wait, where do you get those?
These are just at the gas station. It's called a Zyn. It's just nicotine salts in a pouch. There's no tobacco in it. It's like the same thing as snus. You just put, and it's a teeny tiny little pouch.
And they're peppermint?
This one is peppermint. Yeah.
Do you spit or swallow?
It's spitless. It's like snus. So you swallow it all. But there's like, it doesn't make you spit a lot. I haven't used one of these in a while, but like the dip is like my grandpa does that where you take the tin and you like mush your finger down and like get that big old pinch. He throws it in there. got it all over his bottom teeth. You can see little bits of it collecting in his Diet Pepsi bottle he's spitting. But I had a bunch of friends who I don't know what it was with them, because a lot of them were like, you know what, smoking, too bad for me. I'm a dip man now. And I was like, well, okay. I had at least 2 friends who got really, really addicted to it. It's like multiple tins or cans
Holy shit.
a day, which I don't know if a can a day is like the equivalent amount of tobacco.
That's a lot. It smells good.
Cigarettes.
I like the smell of dip.
Yeah, I mean, if you were just to open it, it's like, oh, wintergreen. That does kind of smell like wintergreen. But
Just regular Copenhagen, I think, smells good.
For a
think I've ever
non-smoker, though,
smelled
or non-dipper, it is...
disgusting.
It's hard to phrase how gross that is. To be in the same room as like a beer can filled with that saliva stuff, it's so gross. And your own body's not as gross to you, right? Like, I'd rather not touch your blood, but my blood, of course, is part of me. It's no big deal. And that's also true with saliva, ejaculate, you name it. But yeah, so having like someone else collect their dip saliva in a jar, ew.
So my dad never dipped, but my uncle and my cousin both either chewed tobacco, like a red man chewing tobacco, or dipped for a long time. I think my uncle smokes now, but
switch back.
Yeah, he switched back. And I think Scott maybe goes back and forth. I haven't seen him in a while, but last I saw him, he'd go back and forth. Maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and so they would be working with my dad, and they'd be spitting in bottles, and my dad had to come up with this rule where you take your fucking bottle with you. I've had it. This is the end. You take, because what happened one day is it was a hot summer's day.
Oh no.
And dad had been working hard, and he's just all sweaty and real thirsty. And he hops in the truck, starts it up, gets that AC cranked up, and he's just parched. And he looks in the console, and look at there, right there in the cup holder is a nice Dr. Pepper, about half full. And so he grabs that Dr. Pepper
with extra pulp. Yeah.
and he's just like glump, glump, glump. Oh! He just crawls out of the truck, like vomiting on the ground. And everybody's like, what happened? And he's just like, please fucking spit. That was the end. That was the end of that. Forevermore after that, spit bottles were not allowed. And if you were going to have a spit bottle, you could only spit in a Mountain Dew bottle or a Sprite bottle or a water bottle.
Exactly.
You can't spit in a fucking Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, a cola bottle. That's not.
If you spit on the ground, in my mind anyway, it's instant gone. Just spit in the grass.
Or if
A
you're in
lot
a
of them
car,
are doing
though.
it inside, and so it has to. The bottle has to be marked. It has to be resealed after every spit. I remember. Oh, dude, I used to get so mad. It was, I guess, when we would come back from college in between semesters, and I'd throw a party at my mom's house, and the next morning after cleaning up, and the whole time they'd be like, no, dude, I take a red Solo cup and I put a bunch of paper towels in there, and then I spit and it just absorbs it all. And the next morning I'm walking around just just trying to throw these things away
not the only
because
one.
they reek.
Yeah,
They are horrific.
I thought you guys were going to be like, Woody, it's no big deal. It's just a little spittle. But you're on the same side.
You ever seen those old people that have the I think it might be called snus or snuff. I don't know which. They have those tall tins of snuff that look like a salt shaker, and they snort it.
No.
It's
I don't know what it's called, but yeah, it's old timey.
I think it's snus.
I don't know,
or maybe
snuff, because snus is this thing I'm talking about, the spitless pouch thing.
Oh,
all the Swedes
don't
use in the
Google
NHL.
snuff, people. Don't Google snuff.
Oh, are you seeing people die?
How many F's in snuff?
God damn it.
We saw something interesting after your drug test. You were looking up
Snuff
snuff
tobacco.
Actually, if you just what did you Google? I just got snuff tobacco.
Well, snuff is
films? But snuff films.
is like an underground pornography film where someone dies. It's a sort of rape and murder movie.
I knew that it was
a murder film.
I knew that it was murder films. I didn't know rape was a requirement of snuff.
It is for me. Speaking of films, I watched one of the most ridiculous movies I've ever seen last night. No, maybe the night before. and it's called Hell Comes to Frogtown. Let me make sure that's right.
Hell comes to Frogtown.
That's exactly it. Hell Comes to
Frogtown 2. That's exciting.
I don't watch that because the first one has Rowdy Roddy Piper in it. And it's in a post-apocalyptic future where, the bombs have been dropped. Society has been knocked back a peg or 2 or 10. And there are frog people now. There are mutated frogmen. And they don't explain the frogmen. And we begin with Roddy Piper's character. He's been arrested for rape, but the girl has recanted because she's pregnant. Because almost all men are infertile, and most of the women are infertile in the future. And so a potent male is a huge commodity.
So did he rape her?
They don't really go into it. They
It sounds like he kind of raped her, and she's like,
it sounds like he raped. Like it opens up, and her father is like beating the shit out of him, and he's tied to a chair.
This looks outrageous. The entire movie is on YouTube, and I'm scrubbing through. These frogmen just look awful.
Dude, it's
distractingly
great.
bad.
I loved it.
Is it so bad it's good?
It's so bad it's really good.
I love movies like that. I'll give it a go.
What's it called again? Something.
Hell Comes to
Frogtown. These two smoking hot chicks are taking Roddy Piper to Frogtown to rescue 5 fertile females from the frogs, and they've got like a chastity belt on him, so he can't, which doesn't make any sense, but it has like multiple functions. For one, it keeps him from fucking if he's not allowed. It also will electrocute him if the chick presses one of her earrings and like shock his cock if he tries to run away. And if she wants, she could detonate it and like blow his cock off. And so she's really keeping him in line with this thing he's wearing. It says like property of Medcore on it. It's got a blinking light. It looks like a bikini brief, but it's made out of metal and plastic.
And explosives.
Yeah, I just clicked randomly. I'm at 20 minutes, 22 seconds, and there's a topless girl kissing Rowdy Piper's chest with her hand down his pants.
Yes, that's one of the hot chicks who was going on the journey with him. She like sneaks into his sleeping bag and she's like, "Don't say. You got to be real quiet. The boss is over there in the tent, and I'm not fertile. But I wanted to know if the rumors are true." And he just goes, "Oh, people talk, you know."
He's not a very good actor.
She's bottomless too, but she's doing a bit of a Belle Delphine thing here, right? She doesn't strike a pose where you get.
She's got really nice boobs.
Yeah.
I mean, I just fast forwarded to the end, and I have the sound off, but I just saw a scene of him in a car with a bunch of women that clearly want to fuck behind him. And tell me how right I am. The woman in the front turned to him and must have said, like, "Are you sure you're up to the task of all of us?" And then he turned around, and they're all like coyly like, "Ooh," and he turns around like, "Ugh." Kind of exactly what it is.
It's pretty close. She's like, as soon as we get back to base, I'm gonna try to get a little free time, and we can go on a little vacation together. And he's like, "Oh, that sounds nice." She's like, "As soon as you fulfill your duties, of course." And he's like, "What duties?" And she just kind of like, that's when she leans back to like those 5 horny chicks in the back and he's got to fuck them all.
He has to. Poor guy.
He has to. Yeah.
And he turns around. That's how he acts. Oh, golly gee.
That's how he acts the whole movie, like about fucking all the hot chicks. He's just like, "Oh, come on, really?"
In a world where only gay men are fertile, the world must be saved. It's homophobic to force them to fuck women. How do you survive in woke America?
There's a lot of super awkward scenes, like they quote unquote rescue this chick in the desert, but they've got her bound and gagged, and then they drug her. They literally inject her in the ass with something which seemingly makes her horny and compliant. And then like the blonde chick is like, "All right, fuck her." And he's like, "What? Can't we get to know each other a little first? I mean, she's filthy. Like she's been running through the desert." And she's just like, "Oh, I understand." And the blonde chick starts getting naked. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I've been trained in sexual techniques." And she starts like doing a strip tease for him, and he's just like not having it. Like he's not turned on by her like awful underwear, and she gets underwear. It's terrible. And she gets like sad and like her feelings hurt and he's like, put your clothes back on. We could, I'll rape her, don't worry. And then he just does it.
Right next to this full upload is an offer to buy or rent the movie. I don't know that anyone's clicking on this button.
I don't think so. I'd be shocked if anyone has ever rented this movie on YouTube.
I was watching a pirated copy. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
Do You didn't want to pony up the $4.99.
Who would click on that blue button?
Yeah, I'm not clicking that blue button. I mean, the movie looks great right there. I didn't know it was on YouTube.
He doesn't get forced to fuck a frog person, does he?
She is all over him, and he's like, he's like, all right, we can do it, but there's this little thing I'm into, a little kink. And she's like, oh, okay, I'm into that. All right. And he hands her a burlap sack to put over her head. And she's sitting there with this burlap sack on her head, like on the bar with like her legs crossed. And it's clearly the actress is clearly an attractive woman. Like she's got really nice legs and stockings and stuff, but she's got that goofy frog head on. She looks like a Ninja Turtle. And she's like, so this is what you're into, huh? And that like threw this burlap sack on his head. He's like, yeah, that's it. He doesn't fuck her, but like they were just about to.
Oh, he was saved by the bell.
There's a part where like the head frog, like the frog boss, has the blonde chick, and he's like, and now the dance of the three serpents. And I was like, the fuck? He's making her dance, and he tells her to do the dance of the three serpents. And I'm like, how the fuck is she supposed to know the dance of the three serpents? Like, you might as well ask her to do the Cabbage Patch. This post-apocalyptic bitch doesn't know any dances, but she just starts dancing as sexy as she can. And like you start seeing him get an erection under his clothing, but it's an oddly shaped erection. You're like,
because he's a frog. Yeah.
What's going on down there? And he pulls back his like cod piece or whatever, and you don't see it, but apparently he has 3 dicks. He goes, you have aroused the 3 serpents. And she's just like, she goes, no. And
3 times the work.
Yeah, she kicks him not once or twice, but thrice in the dick. I guess she's kicking each dick like in succession. Yeah.
Are you caught up on The Mandalorian?
Of course. Yeah. I'm like,
dude, honestly,
new episode tonight.
The fact you watched that frog movie is probably why you got drug tested.
They saw that on my
that makes sense, yeah.
We got to get over there.
We got to check in on this fucker.
Red flag.
Do you like it this year?
I love it. I think it's even better. So many cool Easter eggs. Getting to like find out more about the Mandalorians, hearing about the Jedi, hearing about Ahsoka Tano or whatever her name is. You know, the orange chick from the Clone Wars. We're gonna have her in 2 episodes. She'll be in episode 5 because
how do you know that?
Well, because you can see who writes the episodes, and the writer of episode 5 is the creator of that character.
Okay,
it's been really good. I've liked it. Now the ice spider episode was. The plot didn't progress at all, and it just almost seemed like a throwaway episode. And I did like it, but I kind of wish that the plot had progressed a bit. But this last episode was great. You had cute baby Yoda, you had frog people, you had three extra Mandalorians. They've got one of my favorite actresses playing like the queen of all the Mandalorians. It's Katie Sackhoff from Battlestar Galactica. She was like, you know, the blonde Viper pilot who was always fucking people and beating the shit out of people and smoking the cigar. She's playing like the queen of the Mandalorian, so that's cool.
The last episode is my favorite of the year, and I thought the first 2 were 6.5s to me. Like it's kind of all throwaway. What happened in the first? He said,
that's when you meet Timothy Oliphant, and you get all that Boba Fett stuff, and you fight the dragon.
Isn't that whole Timothy Oliphant thing throwaway? And then he fights a big earthworm or something, and that's...
I don't think it's throwaway. I think Timothy Oliphant will be back. I think he's going to rejoin the Mandalorian at the end, have a little team up with him. We got to, it was part of his journey. He was going there to look for the Mandalorians and found out there were none. I don't know what else was like big story, like nuggets or progression, but I don't know. I did like it. I love Timothy Oliphant, and I like the Western vibe.
So the big story, as you know, is he has this baby Yoda, and he wants to give it to the Jedi. And I forget why he's looking for Mandalorian. Is he just lonely? Does he want to see more of his own kind?
Because they know where the Jedi are.
Okay. And, yeah. So they give you like a little drip of story. But the show is 80% like problem of the week. You know, today we have to kill a big worm because the villagers are scared. Today we have to kill a boss character because the villagers over there are scared. Today we have to fight a ice spider because we got stranded again.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be at least 5 seasons, you know, and I doubt they're going to get to the Jedi, and like they might get to the Jedi by the end of they're going to find a Jedi by 5, and then they're going to do something with her, and then by the end they're going to definitely circle back around to Katie Sackhoff's character, and then they'll have a spin-off for her character next year. But
guess
they're
or,
not gonna,
or truth, guess or not, or
a little bit of both.
Okay.
It's a huge story, and she's a big actress. In my world anyway. But they're not going to solve this whole Baby Yoda needs a place to go thing anytime soon. Not this year, not next year, not the year after that, I would imagine.
I think you're right, but I'd be fine if you were wrong. If he dropped off Baby Yoda in the middle of this season and started his next big adventure, you know, fucking, I don't know, whatever's next, finding a goldfish and bringing it to its owner, then I'd be fine with that. This is like traveling around.
You are
with
alone.
Baby.
Everyone loves the Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is the star of the show.
Baby Yoda was a 2019 meme, and I've moved on.
Only you. Baby Yoda is the star of the show.
I think you're right.
Yeah, and someone asked Pedro Pascal on Twitter, like, how do you feel that like a 12-inch tall doll is the star of your show? And I bet it really bums you out, huh? And he replies, "Is like, I'm cool with it. like I think I'm just happy to have a gig, you know. like this is great."
I think I really like everything he does. I like. I know I'm sort of dogging Mandalorian, but not him. I just think that the plot's moving too slowly, and the way that it's almost like The Simpsons, where every show is a standalone thing, and so much of it is devoted to this week's saving the villagers or getting unstranded. That's essentially the plot of most of the episodes.
I dig it. Every episode's got a different director too. I like that because so you get a real different like flavor every time. Dallas Bryce. It's either Dallas Bryce Howard or it's Bryce Dallas Howard. Ron Howard's daughter, who's a really cute red-headed lady who also acts, directed this last episode. I thought she did a good job. I don't know. I liked it a lot. There was just so much. Sort of like teased in this most recent episode for future episodes. Katie Sackhoff's character talking about the dark blade. You know, she needs to get her sword back from the guy from Breaking Bad, the black Latino man with the bad hair, Hugo Fring.
I was looking up Ron Howard's daughter for a second. I know her from something. Mad Men, maybe? What was she in?
I don't know. She's been in a lot of movies. I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Jurassic World. Was she in that?
That might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's her.
Anyway, I like Mandalorian. I feel like you know what it is? I've said this before. I'm doing to Star Wars what everybody else does to Star Wars, but I'm doing it with the TV show, which is to say a movie comes out, it's a 7.5, and people are like, that is 2.5, 3 points below where I expect Star Wars to be. For a show that is supposed to be one of the premier things cooking right now, Mandalorian to me is just good, you know?
For me, it's probably an 8. I think it's an 8. You know, if Game of Thrones is a 9, 9.5 in the early seasons.
Right, I followed.
Then this is a 7.5 or an 8 most of the time. I haven't watched an episode for it that I hated, and I really like all the guest stars. I like that every episode you're probably going to go somewhere, you're going to meet a guest star or two that you recognize. I liked what's her name, the UFC fighter. She fights for
Gina something.
Gina Carano.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I like her. She's cute.
Dude, have you seen pictures of Jon Jones at heavyweight?
No, let's see.
I'll look him up.
Does he look legit, or are you saying no?
He looks legit.
I'm saying he's going to look. So Jon Jones normally fights at 205 pounds, Taylor, but he has moved up to the heaviest weight class in the UFC, what's it start at? 225 or 235?
Starts at 206 and goes to 265.
That's right. Of course it does. Yeah, because the other one ends at 205.
265.
He can be as heavy as he wants because he's not going to hit 265.
Right.
But, okay.
Dude, he doesn't look fat to me.
My man has cultivated some mass.
This guy looks like
good.
a heavyweight. I like the vocabulary to say how scary this fuck is. Now, Jon Jones is often longer than his opponent, and sometimes when he struggles, like he did with Gustafsson, is because that guy's as long as he is. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in heavyweight, where the guys are big, or they're just as long as he is oftentimes.
Who's he fighting?
Is that announced? I don't think that's announced. Ngannou or Stipe would be the two. Ngannou is he the Nigerian Nightmare? That's Usman.
Yeah.
I forget.
Oh, I get them mixed up too. They're both African black men.
I think they're both from Nigeria too. But Ngannou, he's the one where they're like, he hits as hard as a Ford Escort, whatever that means. I'm not 100% sure. But
pretty weak for a car.
Not bad
weak
for
on
a right
the car
hook, though.
spectrum.
Well, we have to keep our obvious,
Like a Hyundai Sonata.
we have to keep our obvious bullshit in the realm.
This guy hits like a grocery cart that you're riding pretty quick.
Even that would be really hard on the chin.
Dude, the toughest. Dude,
Probably accurate though.
You give me 20 feet of running with a cart, and you could line up the jaws of every heavyweight in the UFC on either side of the cart. It would be like one of those bullet challenges. How many can you get through? I would barrel through all of them just with the power of a shopping cart. They couldn't fight back though.
Would the shopping cart be empty?
I'd be in it.
He'd be in it.
I'd be running, and then I'd jump up and I
didn't understand. I thought you were pushing it through all the chins.
No, I'm
filled with
getting,
Christmas hams or something. Just
a slight decline. It's just like Cart of Darkness.
We can do that thing we did in 2013 or 2012 when you jumped in the shopping cart. For some reason, trusting me fully.
Yeah, I thought we were friends.
And I got that thing moving.
You did. And you directed me right at the fucking, I don't know what it's called, the little scenic, tiny Walmart front tree. Flipped right over into that hard grass. But it was okay, making memories. And then is that when we got kicked out? Because we did...
No, that was the noodle fights, yeah.
Noodle fighting, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good times. As soon as the
first Walmart I've been kicked out of, and it won't be the last.
Well, I mean the mushroom story. You let yourself out.
I was thinking of the gun story when I got kicked out. I was sort of arrested and drug out that time though.
But
arrested and drug out.
Jon Jones looks dangerous. I want to see him. I haven't been excited for a Jones fight in a while.
Who's the biggest guy that he's ever beat or won?
Daniel Cormier.
Against Daniel Cormier. So this guy, I just picked one of the guys you said, Stipe Miocic.
Mm-hmm.
He's
not super big. He's the champion. He's the guy
he's the
Cormier.
Same height as Jon Jones. He's just bigger. It looks like.
Could be. Now I need to see him next to each other with the new Jones. Stipe's a very good fighter, perhaps the best heavyweight there's ever been, and Jones might go straight to him, or he might fight this Ngannou guy first, who's also super scary.
If Ngannou isn't quite as good, that's probably a better idea for the UFC to put him up against Ngannou and put. Is Stipe the champ? Is he the
yeah? Stipe's the champ. He beat Ngannou basically by out wrestling him. He held him down, wore him out, and he just held him down and kept hitting him for 5 rounds and won the fight. Now, you say best idea for UFC. It's a risk, right? Jones versus Stipe might be the biggest money fight because it's champ. Jones versus Ngannou, if he wins that and then gets Stipe, that's better. If he loses that and they pop his balloon immediately...
That's true.
Problem. But and on the other hand, if he fights Stipe and loses, now he fights Ngannou. And it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a step. Okay, you're right. That's definitely the better move for them.
Yeah, they're gonna have him fight Stipe, and it'll be Conor McGregor has signed his bout agreement with Poirier for January 23rd. So that's all set up.
I'm not sure Poirier signed it.
No.
Last time I heard, he told them to send the right contract, which I don't know how to interpret that. Did they have an oral agreement and then the written one didn't match what they talked about? Maybe. They're always trying to underpay Poirier, I think so. And I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure where it is right now.
So we were playing zombies today, and Mitty's like, "Oh my god, have you seen this photograph of Rudy Giuliani?" And I'm like, "What did he do now?" And Mitty's like, "He melted. He melted on national television." And I'm like, "What do you even?" And I Google it. Rudy Giuliani's hair dye. He was sweating so profusely at this press conference that his hair dye is running down all the way to his jawline, these black streaks of hair dye on both cheeks.
Doesn't that mean that he like finished putting in his hair dye like 30 minutes before
It means he
went
sprays it
TV?
on instead of using like actual hair dye.
Yeah. Just for men, touch a spray.
Something. He's just spraying some shit in there. He's like,
Is that why it's bald on his sideburn, kind of?
Who's that other guy that did the paint can thing and hid that a little bit? Because, yeah, I need to look up the Giuliani.
Do you see how there's like it's lacking depth and I kind of
yeah, I see. his
Yeah,
sideburn.
he did a little spray fill-in that bald stripe.
my
It's
guess
not even a
is
bald
that
spot, it's a bald stripe.
my guess is that his hair is very thin and he sprays something in it to make it thicker. It's not
Yeah.
it's colored, but it's also thickened a little bit.
He's also painted his skull to some extent here. Look at the look on his face. That's not very becoming.
No, I didn't even notice the look because that drip of
There's
gross old man liquid is right there.
he makes a lot of like expressive faces. So there's a zillion Giuliani photos where he looks expressive. I don't know how to say it better.
He's a New York Italian, very expressive guy. Yeah. Lots of hand waving. That's why he got so sweaty. That was his cardio for the day, given the press conference.
At one point during the presser, he pulls out his hanky and he blows his nose profusely into it, picks a few boogers.
Gross.
And then he does this thing where he folds it, but he folds it the wrong way. He folds it boogers and snot out. I haven't gotten to the best part. Then he starts wiping the sweat.
I can see it
off his-
coming.
he wipes his whole brow and cheeks with it, with booger side out. Like, I can't think of anything worse to do in the pandemic. Like, he blows as much snot onto this rag as he can and then smears snot and boogers all over his goddamn face in
didn't
front of the
know.
world.
He
You
didn't
know
know
who
he
would
was smearing
hate
boogers,
this?
so-
You know who would hate this more than anyone I can think of? Donald Trump. Donald Trump is all about like the optics and the cosmetics of how his situation goes down. He doesn't just want attorneys. He wants TV attorneys. He wants people to argue in the court of public opinion oftentimes. When he asks for someone, he sometimes says, I want a guy from Central Casting. I think a big part of why Mike Pence got the vice president job is he looks like he's supposed to be vice president. He looks like that guy.
He does.
He also courts the Christian vote. But like, I think the look of it, Chris Christie might be vice president right now if he and Pence swiped bodies. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's too fat. There's
Yeah.
no way. I remember us saying for a while that we thought, this was fucking almost 5 years ago now, that we thought that Trump might do the opposite, where he picked Chris Christie as a vice president so that he always looked slim by comparison, because it is impossible to look bad standing next to Chris Christie.
Dude,
you look your best. If I wanted to like make the best Tinder photo ever, I would go to a Chris Christie meet and greet.
I need Chris
like,
Christie
yeah.
on my Twitch streams. Right? Imagine the two of us doing push-ups every time I died. You know how buff I'd look?
Giuliani, give me your rag. So sweaty.
That'd be so funny. He like ends up being decent at it, and you're like, you know what? You're actually a pretty cool guy, Chris.
He's doing those clap push-ups. He's like pounding it out. He's looking, and like his head, his eyes are constantly focused on what as he's doing the clap push-ups.
Right? Just like intimidating me, diamond
Come on,
push-ups.
pussy.
I don't do
just immensely strong.
He's like that. He's like what's the villain from like Daredevil and Spider-Man? The Kingpin. He's like the Kingpin. He just looks obese, but really that's all muscle under there.
Yeah, I bet
I don't
Trump
think that's what it is.
hates this optic. I bet when he heard Giuliani did the handkerchief wrong and the hair dye sweating, and he's just like, this is the worst.
I think I might have the video of Giuliani doing that if I dig around a little.
Yeah. Find the hanky
I
of him
bet
with
it's-
boogers on his face.
Maybe it's,
Or we might not be able to
It's a
watch
Twitter
it.
video. Oh,
it's like we can't show anything nowadays. Reddit videos,
Yeah.
they all get trouble.
YouTube won't let you show fucking any news shit. They only let like CNN and Fox do it. Very
Seems
very
that way.
annoying.
yeah. I've
Remember
seen
when you
Trump
could like
and
search stuff on YouTube about like politics and it would be like whatever organically was the most popular created thing? And
I
now
could
it's
say
like,
that
here's
about everywhere.
10 pages of
Everything, yeah.
of establishment media.
I remember like H3H3 would make videos, like YouTube trending, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be like, oh, look at this trending video, everyone. 45,000 views in a day. Like, look, that's not bad. But we're over here at like 1.6 million. Are we trending? No. YouTube is like skipping over H3H3 for some reason. And he seemed right.
Because they make more money that way.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. But I guess you always thought, you always, I put you in it, but YouTube was supposed to be this like almost democratic thing, right?
A meritocracy.
Whatever rises to the top, rises to the top. Meritocracy is better. And it's not necessarily like that. It can be cultivated. People they can pick and choose winners.
It can be paid for. It can be bought and paid for. Like
it's so cultivated at this point. Like you'll like search some current event news, and like some YouTuber who talks about it will have like 300,000 views, and you have to use like special words to not say exactly what happened so that they don't get flagged for not being CNN or Fox. And then it'll be like a CNN or Fox clip that's an eighth the views. It's a fucking news station, so how many people are commenting and being engaging in there, really? Like, it's annoying. Like, I really wish YouTube would go back to doing what you said, the meritocracy thing. Like, whatever is kind of the best thing gets put forward. Like, CNN and Fox don't have enough power behind them already. Fuck you. They shouldn't get the front 5 pages. That's ridiculous.
Oh my God. I'm looking at the video of Giuliani. It literally is running down both cheeks.
Yes.
And like he's turning his head left and right. Like, and it's a close up of him. He wasn't in the background. He's giving a speech.
Where's his hair?
I try to like check my own bias, right? I aspire to have things right, not just whatever pleases me. But how does the right not see Giuliani as a crackpot at this point? Whether he's given his speeches at the Four Seasons landscaping between the crematorium and the dildo shop, or his hair dye running down, or his booger wiping handkerchief. Like, he's losing in court every one of his cases. Not just losing, he's like embarrassed. I'm making arguments for the wrong case at the wrong time, for things they're not supposed to be like looking at right now. He's bringing weird conspiracy theories in, and the judges are like, "Do you have any proof of this?" And it's they asked him like, he's talking about fraudulent votes, and he's like, "Are you saying that these votes are fraudulent?" No, I'm not saying that. And it's like, but you kind of did. And now you're arguing for something else. And basically what I think he's trying to do is get votes thrown out because he feels like the process was mistaken.
I haven't watched any of Rudy Giuliani or any of this stuff proceeding. Too busy getting decent at zombies. But like, what's his... Is he's like making cases trying to get audits and recounts?
Trump's lawyers fired Trump, right? Apparently they didn't want to be associated with him anymore. They walked. And so he instituted Giuliani as his lead attorney to fight this voter fraud stuff. But
it's too old.
There isn't any voter fraud, it would seem. There's no evidence of it. So what they're trying to argue is that some processes weren't followed. Maybe that the observers of the vote counts were in the same room. That's the law, but I guess they felt like they weren't close enough in the same room. Or and they're trying to get votes thrown out very selectively. Usually just areas that are Democrat, like, here in Detroit and some other place, I forget. Let's get those votes thrown out. But the ones in the rest of the state, they were fine. We don't have any problem with that. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to throw out something like 7 million votes. And they're like, were these not cast by people who wanted to be voting? Like, yeah, I know they were, but we should just not look at those. And there's basically no chance, but they're making a show of it. And it seems like they've got a couple goals. Raise money. Just keep fleecing Trump fans of their cash. And, create doubt. Let the Trump fans feel like there was something stolen from them so that maybe in 2024 he has a run again, or he just has that outrage to keep feeding things.
There is no way he's still able to... There's no way he could fucking run again in 2024. He's too old. That's 4 years from now. What did we figure out? He's 73.
Do you really say there's no way with regards to Donald Trump? Like, I don't bet.
I just mean that, like, we've said it before. When you're that age, fucking drop of a hat, anything can happen. Giuliani could have literally died today, and it would have been like, that's what happens when you're 80.
I only half agree. I think when you're that age and you're fat, drop of a hat. When you're that age and you're thin, you slowly wither away. So with Trump, he might just... I think that one day we'll learn he had a cardiac event and he's gone. Mm-hmm. But I also...
Probably.
If you told me he was running in 2024, here's how I think it goes. You've got the Trump fans, which make up... I'll make up a number. 40% of the Republican base. And then you have the other fans, the Paul Ryans, the other 60% split 6 ways, and Trump wins.
I would say Trump's percentage is bigger than that among
Might
Republicans. Like, so yeah, he could definitely fuck it up. I think he'll be too old and feeble by then. Like I'm
All right,
just guessing,
time for the long term bet.
It seems like we could do a long term bet.
$5. I have
$5 4 years from now. Dude, my guess is the Republicans are, because a lot of the establishment Republicans, McConnell, a lot of them, Paul Ryan, the kind of people Cruz, Rubio, they all fucking hate Trump.
2024 nominee will be Donald Trump. $20.
It's not. I doubt it will be.
Yeah, take the bet.
All right, I'll take the bet.
Mark
I'll
it down,
enjoy that
historians.
$20 4 years from now, because they're not. The Republican Party is not going to let an outsider get back in. They're going to run establishment neocons like Nikki Haley and Rubio and Cruz.
This reminds me of the time in 2016 when they didn't let Trump win.
Yeah.
Nobody thought.
This also reminds me that you
but
both owe me $10 because Alex Trebek is dead.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
How did we let you choose an octogenarian or something who had stage 4 cancer already? One of the rules was no
Woody
cancer, people.
Here's what happened, because I went back and I watched the clip.
Okay.
And Woody goes, but he's got cancer. And Taylor goes, yeah, that's fair. I mean, he's like, you picked a 79-year-old and I picked this. That's fair. Cancer's fair. And I'm just like, yeah, cancer's fair.
All right,
it's like he's on his deathbed.
So I'm not going to get it. I won't.
That bad.
I'm not going to try to not pay. I'm saying it weird, but I'll pay. Is what I'm trying to say. But I thought early on we were like, let's not choose people who are on death's door. No, they can't be over some age, maybe 80.
I think,
like
maybe.
80 or
Yeah, and usually, like, because I remember the first time we ever did a death pool. What was there, like Shrivo or something?
Mary Shrivo,
the one in Florida who was like,
Terry
starving to
Terry
death.
Shiavo. Yeah, they were like pulling her cord or something.
They disconnected her fucking feeding tube and starved her to death.
Yeah. And we're like, you can't have her. That's bullshit. You can't just name the person who's going to die like any moment now.
Yeah.
Do you remember how fucked up that? Like, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you kind of know it, Kyle. They basically just like, we can't pull the plug. That's murder. We're going to starve her to death.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it fucking was.
They just starved her to death. And she looked, I don't know who's hotter, that frog woman from Hell Comes to Frogtown or Terry Shiavo. Like, if you got to fuck one.
Euthanasia. You okay with it or not okay with it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I am too. I think it's funny because I was involved in this thing called the Billionaire Bash, and it was always a joke, but as we're like doing selections for our Call of Duty team, Alki David comes in and says, hey, we're going to live stream a euthanasia. This guy is very sick and we're going to kill him on live stream. And it was always a joke. They ended up doing it, and then he got out of bed and sang the Monster Mash and whatever. But the community went bonkers. All of them were so offended. Their sensibilities ruffled. And I thought I did the like responsible thing. Like, I didn't bash anyone. I just like, we eventually pulled out when everybody else pulled out. But in my heart, I was like, I don't even have that big a problem with euthanasia.
I have no problem whatsoever. I think more people should be euthanized.
Everyone who wants to be should be, in my mind.
And some who don't. There should be a vote. There should be requirements to be alive here. I mean, some people just aren't making the cut.
Some people don't contribute to the GDP.
You said it.
Yeah. Terry Shiavo's got to go.
She did go. She starved to death slowly in front of America. We all watched day in and day out.
I'm told it's an awful, painful death. Now, I don't know if people don't know, we're using her like everyone knows. Terry Shiavo was a woman in Florida. She was brain dead, I think.
Dead-ish.
So it's my understanding she was like super brain dead, but they could keep her alive via this feeding tube and some machine or what have you. And then the people who felt like letting her die really, like, I don't know, they exaggerated how responsive she was. They're like, look here, she doesn't like when you shine bright light at her, or if you poke her feet with a knife, she jiggles or something. I don't know what. but is like she's still in there, and it's like she's not in there. Let it go. I let it go. So in my mind, this brain dead ish. I'm like, no, that was propaganda. I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor, but that was just propaganda for people who didn't want her put down.
When you look at like pictures of her, I'm looking at them now. There are three main ones. There's three phases of her life. When she was young, she's fucking smoking hot. She's let me show you this photo. Open image.
Are you talking about the actress from Top Gun?
No,
It's really ugly.
No, we're talking about although she that's a woman who went
wow, she is pretty. She's pretty.
So check out this photo.
Yep, I'm showing it to everyone.
This looks like was this woman murdered? What is this?
No, this is that woman who was brain dead, who they starved to death in Florida.
Oh man, she looked way better before she was brain dead.
Yeah, right? Brain death is terrible for your skin.
Yeah, and your brain. It's bad. There's nothing good about it. It makes you ugly.
I mean,
if I'm ever brain dead and my family doesn't kill me, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Oh, don't worry, bro. I got you.
Thank you. Dude. Come pull my plug or just shoot me.
I'll be like a thief in the night, just coming in there to smother you with a pillow.
I think I'm gonna make it though. I just broke my leg.
Just like, he had a real bad car accident. You ready? Just go see him, Kyle. I go in there, like, hey man, you're eating Jello, and I'm just like,
this is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Could you ask if they've got any lime juice? Woody, help me! He's strong.
Then it's the Woody show.
Kyle does.
Woody's holding your arm.
just absolutely just murder me. I thought he asked us explicitly that if he was ever in the hospital, or wait, was it brain dead or in the hospital?
Kyle's like, look, if I lost a pinky, I'd want him to do it to me. I'm like, Kyle, I think he's got his own set of rules.
Yeah, I like lose an eye, so Kyle just sneaks up from my left and stabs me.
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever thought about that? Like, I think one of the most common nightmares is losing your teeth,
Yeah.
But I've had ones where like you lose an eye too, and every once in a while, like I'll just kind of close an eye for a couple minutes and be like, dude, this would.
You ever try to drive? Like
you got no depth perception anymore.
When I had my eye surgery, I had a fucking eye patch on for like a week or two, and I was driving with it, and oh my god, I was a danger to everyone around me. I was like, I'd turn my head as much as possible, but like at some point, you're just like, yeah, nobody's probably over there. You're just merging into shit.
Yeah, like if you're like your right eye, you have to be like,
yeah,
all the way.
Does your car have the thing on the side of your mirror that tells you if anyone's in your blind spot?
No.
Oh, that's
it's got a mirror.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So this is another. It's probably common, but it's new to me because I haven't had a new car before this truck for so long. A little yellow light blinks if someone's in your blind spot. If you have a trailer, you tell it how long your trailer is, and it tells you if anyone's in your trailer's blind spot. Like it's pretty cool. And there have been a couple times where I was ready to go and turned out somebody was there. I don't know. Maybe visibility in the truck sucks, but
yeah, I turn my head. I turn my head out the window sometimes to merge, like I'm on a motorcycle. It's so hard
all
to see
the way
out,
out the window like a dog.
Oh yeah, sports cars are sometimes hard to see out of. Like
there's no rear window on rear side window. There's like this little porthole, but it doesn't do shit. It's like a teardrop type thing. And then the back window is just nothing. It might as well not be there. You can't see out of it either.
You can see in the rear view mirror, the straight back.
Yeah, but not much.
Yeah, because it's so narrow.
Is it tinted?
It's like it's slanted. No, it's just slanted so much and so tall. Like it's long, but there's such a tilt on it that when you're looking at it head on, it's very
vertically.
Small.
It's only a few inches.
Yeah, and so I mean, I can see out the rear view mirror and if someone's directly behind me, but nothing else. So I literally turn my head out the window to like merge in traffic sometimes.
Are you sold on Tesla next, or could you see yourself getting another sports car?
I could go either way. The thing is, the Tesla's fast.
It is fast. If he's in Colorado, probably wants something more snow ready.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with my car. My car's in great shape. Like, there's not a dent on that thing or a scratch, and it's got like 90,000 miles on it.
Is it still messy inside?
Not as messy as, I don't know. You have high standards for messiness, but
Kyle, I don't know how many like fast food meals were in it. like
there was like 4 McDonald's bags in the back, and you. Maybe I know this is gonna shock all of you. You're gonna be like, oh, but a couple of McDonald's French fries had fallen into the seat and gotten crispy.
In my
Fucking
recollection, there were like 8, like it wasn't a total mess. Like the top of the bag was sealed. If you know how you crumple a paper bag and it's sort of sealed.
Yeah.
But like I'm like, I don't even know how many meals he's had in here without emptying the contents of his car.
As many as it will fit.
And there were other things that weren't gross, but so much of it that like you couldn't put your feet down. Like there was no room for your legs. There's so many things.
This is in the back seat where no one goes.
Yeah, no one can fit in the backs. The other day I went through Chick-fil-A and I had that like embarrassing thing where like you're going through the drive-thru and the trash from the previous time you ate at that same place is still like next to me. And it was just a feeling of like they saw it.
They saw it.
They said my pleasure, but they saw it. And it was just like, oh, I feel like
Have a blessed day.
Yeah, have a blessed day. May I refresh your beverage? You certainly can.
Is your car clean inside, Taylor?
Right now, no.
Really?
Like, I was like, I think last time we talked about this, I'm better at keeping the inside clean than the outside. Like the outside can be fucking filthy. I don't give a shit at all.
I drive to the car wash.
Yeah, usually the way it'll go is like no one ever sits in my back seat either, and I'll like turn around and realize how much has accumulated, like just like little things of like I don't really need that, I don't need this piece of paper anymore. But yeah, it doesn't sound. I don't have meal upon meal stacked up in there.
Yeah, right now, like in the passenger floorboard,
mostly it's like a bunch of empty these in the passenger side. Like well down there, just a bunch of like soda cans or water bottles.
Since I've been using the water bottle, like I've got so much less trash, like because I don't use cups. Also fewer dishes. You know,
I'm a fancy man. I need carbonated though.
Okay, well you get like a soda stream and fill one of these up if you're really into that sort of thing.
It's not the same. You can't get the same level of effervescence with the soda stream.
Are you sure?
But you know what? I have a soda stream, and I know.
Wait,
Fair.
you do?
Yeah, I haven't used it in a couple of years, but I used to.
How does it?
CO2 cartridges.
Yeah, you just like you take something that's like a bigger version of this, and then you fill it with water. You plug it in to the machine, then you just hold a little button down, and it does the. Except like, maybe you won't know what I'm talking about. But like, you drink a soda, and it's like, okay, those are like they feel like bigger bubbles in your mouth. Like you take a big drink of Dr. Pepper, it feels like a bigger carbonated bubble. Like these little ones, like the little. Like Perrier bubbles are like smaller. It's more effervescent. It's like a lighter carbonation. Maybe I'm preaching.
Maybe it's nitrogen.
No, maybe no, or maybe it is. I don't fucking know. But nitrogen. That's what they have in Guinness, the Guinness beers, which I don't really care for those very much. Not that good.
They're gross. Too dark.
Yeah.
I don't drink anything carbonated.
No, thank you.
I remember my last carbonated drink. It was in April of 2019.
You don't like them? Just no.
I don't drink a lot of them anymore.
It's not about not liking them. Like that would be a stretch. It's that like there's this balance as to like, all right, I know this is bad for me, but I like it so much, I'll do that. Right? That's where trail mix falls in. Something like Coca-Cola, I also like it, but it not enough to overcome, like the fact that it's the fact that it's a whole bunch of sugar.
Yeah, and you don't like any kind of diet stuff or sparkling water.
I hardly give it a try. I haven't had a diet.
This Zevia stuff is like perfectly healthy, and it's an acquired taste. Like you got to drink about 6 of them before you're like down, but I like it a lot. I've got a couple cases.
You were so right about it with the cream soda one. I was like, this isn't like A&W, and I pound through like 6 of those, and now it's just like I'm probably drinking too many of these. If that's
you can't drink too many. It's stevia. It's a natural plant sweetener.
Good, because I am tearing through these, absolutely tearing through these. Like,
yeah,
I think
that's the only soda I drink.
I think I had 5 or not 6. I think I had 5 yesterday. 5 cream sodas.
You drink a dozen. It's fine.
You know what? That's great. This is just like the salt advice.
And I was right then
you were
too.
Right.
Making me thirsty.
Yeah, I mean, if you have high blood pressure, it's a little different. But look, if you're a normal, healthy human being, have all the salt you want. It's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it fills your salt reservoirs.
Gatorade's what's bad for you.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, it's just sugar water, right?
It's sugar.
Gatorade Zero
It's
is
salt
not too
and
bad.
sugar water.
Salt and sugar water. And in the 90s, they convinced us it was a health food. It's like, shit, this is how Michael Jordan wins championships.
Yeah. And it actually is. Like, that's the thing. if you have the cardio output of Michael Jordan, then you need a big tall glass of salty sugar water. Like if you're out there fucking playing 48 minutes, then yeah, have a couple big glasses of salty sugar water. You have to understand
it was a long drive. I was commuting. I need Gatorade.
They're drinking it like it's water, like it's salt sugar water. Although there is nothing better on a road trip if you're going to have to piss in the car than a Gatorade bottle. That wide mouth will accommodate even the girthiest of cocks.
And it unlike a soda bottle, it can hold 32 ounces of pee instead of a mere 20 ounces of pee.
That's right. 20 won't do it sometimes.
No, 20 is enough to get scared at the end.
Oh, I've pissed in like much smaller, but like I look around and like all I have is like a Dixie cup, and I'm
You're
like,
just, psst, psst,
I'm like this. I swear to God, that's what it did. Yeah. I'm like, this is going to be risky business. I've been in Atlanta traffic, like stop and go traffic, pissed in a red Solo cup, and like looked around and been like, what am I even looking for? Yeah, everybody's looking, and just like threw a cup of piss out my window and then went back to filling it back up again.
Pissing 1.5 ounces.
I think I am quicker to just park off the shoulder and walk into the woods than you guys.
I've never done that.
It's interstate traffic. Like it's 6 lanes wide. It's the perimeter. Like
are there
no
woods
shoulder
to the side?
No,
okay.
They're a building.
Well, you got me. Yeah. In that scenario, but if there are woods to the side, the woods are nature's bathroom.
Yeah, not on Interstate 85 when you're in downtown. Like it's just like we're about to piss one way or another. It's happening. It's just a matter of how we're going to facilitate the transfer.
It's better that than being in that same situation and suddenly getting that lower stomach gurgle where the time's coming quickly. And
it's like
you don't know if you're going to make it.
But you can I can mentally tough my way out of that, like shitting my pants. I can just be like, look, we're in the car.
Yeah.
And we're going to be in the car for a while. It's like it's like telling your dog, like, look, we're going to go out, but we can't right now. And he's just like, all right, I guess I'll hold it. Fuck.
Yeah. Kyle, I'm with you. Except I was live streaming and I had to poop. And I had to pee. And for some reason, I'm like, all right, take a break. I go to pee. And it's like something about the act of peeing made the poop not optional anymore. I was like, oh.
Yeah, you're relaxing.
I thought I was going to drive through this, and I'm not. I am pooping right now. I'm finishing the pee first.
I'll tell you where I do almost lose control. Like the closer I get to that toilet, like maybe I've been driving for an hour holding a shit in. I get into the parking lot of my like house, and it's like, oh shit, oh, do I even have time to gather my things?
And on the other hand, if you had 10 minutes more driving, you would have somehow been okay.
Yeah,
it's a proximity issue.
But there's this mental thing, like a brain butt barrier that has been crossed,
right?
And it knows. I'm fiddling with the key in the lock. I'm running through the house, taking my fucking pants off, and like. I couldn't hold it for 5 more seconds by the time I get there.
Yes. Dude, I was doing that. I think I told this before. I was freshman in college, and I was leaving the class, and it was, 10-minute walk back to my dorm. And I had to really shit. But I was like, I'll enjoy this shit a lot more back at my dorm in my own bathroom instead of using this public one at this old-ass building that's kind of gross. And so I start walking, about halfway through, I'm like having that mental thought of like I should have shit back at the building. Like this is dire. I'm wearing sweatpants. I look disheveled. I have to shit. I'm probably like starting to sweat. You have to shit so bad, like where you're like holding it in with so much effort. I get to the dorm with my little swipe card, and it's like hand shaking, having to shit so bad. Like miss it twice, finally get it in. Then I have to go to my second one. And as I put my card into my actual door, I missed it the first time. And it was like my body gave up there and gave up a little bit of ground, and I could feel the shit starting to come out of my asshole. And you feel that, you imagine that it's like exploding out. And I just got it real quick on the second one, sprinted to the bathroom, got in there, and it was so urgent that I didn't even have time to like look around to see if I had trailed anything or if there's anything gross. But in your head, you're catastrophizing all of it. So I have this just enormous evacuation. It felt great. and then like after the wave of relief hits me, it's like, oh no. There's probably poop all over the floor or something. And I got up, thank fucking Christ there wasn't, but in my head.
I love Woody's eyes. He was like, Poop on the floor.
On the floor. In my eyes, I was so glad that there wasn't shit on the floor. I told that other one where I this is my high school girlfriend. We were at her house, her parents' house. This might be the most embarrassed I've ever been in my entire life. It was so, I wanted to kill myself. Like, I thought, like in the moment, I was like, thank God there are no blades within reach, or I might just die and add a little more to the mess. I went to their bathroom, and it was like one of those bathrooms where you walk in the front door, take a right immediately in the foyer, there's a bathroom. We were about to go out and do something, I believe, or maybe we just got back, and I was taking a shit, and I think they maybe even told me something was fucky about that toilet, but I didn't care. And I just went to the bathroom, and I flush, and I see the beginnings of progress, but to no avail. It starts to raise. It starts to raise a little bit. And it gets to that point where you can see the meniscus of the water touching the sides
Did you
of the
double
bowl.
flush, you fool?
And then I double flushed.
Oh, no.
And it was
Rookie mistake.
Cataclysmic is the word. I think I was 17, and immediately just comes over it, and I'm just in there like immediately. Game 7. Heart is beating so fast, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It is so. This bathroom is tiny. It's not a big walk-in bathroom. It's a little fucking bathroom. And so like I'm like trying to. Immediately I go. All their towels are ruined. So just take them throw them on the ground. Throw them on the ground. Their whole family's home. I'm like.
No.
I remember thinking in my head, I was like, I'm close enough to the door and I have my keys. I could just sprint away and break up with her via text on the way home. I was that level of scared. And then, but as this is happening and I'm like running through a million scenarios, like the water is reaching the door. Like it's gonna leave under the door because it's one of those bathrooms where like it's so little that like like you're sitting on the toilet, you could like move your right knee and hit the door. Like it's one of those little teeny tiny ones. So there's not even enough room to evaluate the situation. And I get out there,
a toilet and a mirror,
and I just yell, and I'm like, oh, there's shit on the ground. And my girlfriend runs up, and it's just like, oh my god, and I'm like, I know. And so she starts going, and then her mom runs up and is just like, there's shit all over my foyer. And I was just like, I have never in my life, just in my heart of hearts, in that moment, if I would have had a firearm, I don't know what I would have done. I might have ended it.
You might have killed all of them.
Yeah, and then this guy came in and killed all of them and shit and ruined the toilet. It was none of this was me. It was. Oh God, dude, it's bringing back memories of like. Then I leave for that day. My girlfriend and I did whatever we were gonna do, and then like
so you hung out with her for the rest
over,
of the day.
Yeah, maybe I don't remember. I don't remember if we did or if I don't remember if this was the beginning or the end of the day. But I do remember that it was just painful for the longest time to go back to her house and see and walk by the Chernobyl that I had left for them. Right to the
you come back a week later, there's still a smell.
Dude, it was God. That was so
well, your shit went down in the AC vents. And
Oh no!
Dude, that's gonna cost us $8 grand. $8 grand. It sucked into the air conditioning compressor.
Oh man!
Grandma came over the other day and nearly fainted.
Oh man! Yeah,
she was in the war.
That's. I think that's the most embarrassing story of my life. I think that's it right there.
Horrific. Yeah,
it's horrific.
That's a good one.
Even when I tell that story, my mind has done such defense mechanisms that it feels like I'm telling it about someone else.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh
man.
my God. Yeah, I've never done that. Like I know how to fix a toilet, so like in that scenario, I would immediately like dive to the back of the toilet down on the floor and turn off the valve. Like turn off the water and like save that. Like you pulled a Dumb and Dumber.
It could have been fixed if they had a fucking plunger in there.
A plunger, sure, but so Kyle's idea is a great one.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But really, Taylor's double flush is where he went wrong.
But you can stop the double flush.
Most toilets, though, will forgive a single flush, right? You single flush, and then you wait some extended period of time, 8 minutes or something, and it'll work its way back down. But you were like, well, if one flush didn't do it, maybe a double. And then
Yeah, it would have been embarrassing enough to go and ask for a plunger.
I doubled down. Yeah.
Like it honestly is like guest bathrooms should always have plungers in them. Every bathroom should have a plunger in it.
Yeah,
all
of our bathrooms have a plunger and a scrub brush type thing.
That's basic. Everybody has that.
Ours is like it's decorative. We have like matching antiqued bronze like little holders, and it's not like disgusting or anything. Like I don't know, you sort of know what it is, but it's not like a toilet brush leaning in the corner kind of yuck.
No, I hear you. Yeah,
my grandfather gave these toilet brushes to my father. My father gave them to me, and Colin, someday I'll give them to you. Your antique toilet brushes, just covered in 4 generations of shit. Yeah, you can see the clean bristles from the Depression era.
Not a lot of fiber back then.
No, certainly not. Did that trigger any really embarrassing stories that you guys can think of? Anything?
Like I've never had an embarrassing shit situation because like
it doesn't have to be shit, just generally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had that one where I had to stop at the gas station and just ruin it.
But that could have been anyone. No one knew it was you.
Yeah, no one knew that was me. I sped away. The animated like version of that video is hilarious. I still show that to people.
I one time was mean to a dog. There was my girlfriend had a small dog. It was a Cocker Spaniel. It was a Cocker Spaniel, and it was the meanest, nastiest dog. And it hated me, and I just tried to, like, make friends with it. And I was always trying to win it over, and it was like, it'd snap at you. It didn't bite so much as it was threatened to bite. It was barking, and their whole family was, like, used to this dog threatening to bite it constantly. And I was all alone with the dog at one point, and it was, like, aggressively going at me. And I held its collar in such a way, like maybe above its head where it couldn't do anything. And I was like, this has got to stop. You are a bad dog. You know, and I really dressed it down when she wasn't there to protect it. She probably wouldn't have approved, but I had enough of that dog.
I just shook it, and I kept shaking it. The next thing you know, I was trying to flush it.
I just spoke meanly to it, but I can do a good mean voice, and fucked it up. Meant verbally.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be embarrassed in front of the dog.
No, yeah. It's not a really an embarrassing story.
The dog thinks I'm such a dick every time you go.
That's just a story about you being mean to a dog. That's not embarrassing.
Okay. All right, fuck me. It doesn't fit. My bad.
I like that addition, though.
Fuck that dog. I'm still mad at it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like... embarrassing moments like you. I've blocked a lot of them out. Like sometimes I'll be laying in bed like trying to sleep, and I'll think back to awkward moments from like high school or like adolescence, and I'll just be like la 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 la, like trying to like push it out of the periphery of my fucking mental scape.
Do you ever like you just start talking out loud to yourself, or you're like thinking like what, just waking up, you start having one of those thoughts, and you just start being like, well, what do I have to get done today? Well, I should do this and that, and it's like in your head, it's like, no, you're still thinking about this. I'm your brain. You can't fool me. Yeah, I have a whole inner monologue that goes on. I'll have to. Do you know some people don't have inner monologues? Isn't that spooky?
I do. Those people should be euthanized.
How do you think without one?
I don't know. I don't get it. What like
an animal? Yeah,
like an animal. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. How can you even like think through complex things or feelings or conversations if you don't have an inner monologue?
I have long conversations in my head. Like
I talk out loud to myself all the time. Like
me too.
Person. Yeah. I really like it. It's like prayer for a not religious person, because I feel like that's most of what you're getting satiated with by prayer anyway, is verbalizing what you intend. And like you're kind of like coming up with a plan, or like
I talk to an invisible audience when I drive.
Yeah, or you just do voices to yourself. We all do these things.
Yeah, there's lots of voices.
Yeah, that passes the time even better than smoking.
Yeah. If I have like a long, boring drive, I'll have a whole like live stream in my car talking to an invisible audience about stuff. And like before I know it, 40 minutes has gone by, and I'm like, all right, that really killed the time. It's better than radio.
There was a time...
I love fictitious arguments.
Up until like 2 years ago, something like that, I mispronounced calculate. I called it calculate. All right, so that sucks. And Kyle would make fun of me. Well, I was listening to the 3 Body Problem. And for whatever reason, the Three Body Problem uses the word calculate all the time. It's in there like every 15 minutes. So it goes. I'd pause it. Like every time it said the word calculate, I'd be like, calculate. All right, continue on. And I did that for a while until I burned the proper pronunciation of calculate into me. Done.
You're welcome.
See,
Thanks.
Kyle was kind
I
of the
bullied
impetus.
you into pronouncing calculate correctly. I just thought it was so funny that someone who was like an apprentice accountant would ever struggle over the word calculate. It's like a nuclear
You're not wrong.
scientist saying nuclear. It's like, this is your bread and butter, bro. Like I'm not investing in the plant. You just said nuclear. Like, it's not happening.
Hey, great men say nuclear.
Woody also says nuclear. But
Nah,
I'm not
I
making fun
have
of that.
That's another
bet
one
they
that I
say-
work on. I don't always say it. I say nuclear as well. But George W. Bush says nuclear.
One of our
Yes.
best and
One of our
brightest.
brightest.
One I struggle over is wrestling. Sometimes I'll say wrestling.
You do.
But that's a southern thing more than anything. Wrestling.
I say every word perfectly. I can't relate. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the proper pronunciation of wrestling pretty much ignores the T.
wrestling.
Yeah.
Like Riesling, but easy on
But-
the E.
But a real word,
Well, Riesling is a kind of wine.
not to me.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think you'd see it's in the aisle. You ever look down? You can see the little things. Cabernet.
I would never go in that aisle.
Oh.
Why would I find myself in that aisle?
It's a
Because
nice,
you want to
sweet
try
white
some
wine.
wine and like be a fancy man. Be like, oh, I'm gonna sip in my pool and sip a glass of bubbly wine, or I don't know, something sweet. Like
I
that,
wonder
I feel
if
like that
people
would
bring-
be your jam. Would be wine, because wine is so sweet, and you
Do
love
people
sweet.
bring glasses into their pools?
I never. I mean, when I was a kid, no. When I was an adult and I was around a pool,
You
if
would.
I had a glass, I would.
Like if you break glassware in a swimming pool, is it just there for the rest of your life?
Yeah, until it
guess.
gets stuck in your foot and you extract it. You know?
Oh no, you get it out piece by piece.
Yeah, right.
Slowly and painfully.
Found another one.
I remember me and my younger brother were with my youngest brother, and we were all young in the pool, and like we both had these big glass like crystal glasses, filling with the pool water and just like throwing on our youngest brother, just like ha ha, like grabbing the stem of it and ha 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 ha. My mom came out and was like furious, and at the time like I was like, God, what's up her ass? What the fuck? And like looking back, it was like two kids like thrashing close to each other with glasses, like almost hitting. So I understand it. You know, I was also, 12. Pretty reckless at 12.
Old enough to know, though, right? At 12, you could
Definitely.
have something of a head on your shoulders.
Yes, but I was of the opinion that better to ask for forgiveness than permission for pretty much everything as a little kid. Do whatever you want and then be sorry and say that God forgives you. That turned out, I mean, that was like one of the first things I internalized about Christianity, was like, so I can do whatever I want. Like, nice. This is a good system. This is a good system you guys have put together here. But, yeah.
Oh, so speaking of God forgives, we have the Pope making news. I showed you this one before the show.
Yes, but before we jump into the Pope, though, it's almost 2 hours in. I'm going to hear from our wonderful sponsors tonight, and that is Smartmouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath, that humid, awful smell that keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of all the times you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You can't think of any examples because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smartmouth was invented. Smartmouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day, and you'll never, ever have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smartmouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your free coupon. So go
Check
over
them
there.
out.
The more you guys go to these URLs, the better we look, man.
Click on it. Give us a hookup.
Yeah. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by GOAT.com. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every single pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you will not find a better place, or you will not find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That is goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting our show, but you've got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA, check them out. Get yourself some 100% authentic, certifiable shoes.
That's some good reading, Taylor. Nicely done.
Thanks. Reading is
fundamental.
I don't like to toot my own horn, but I'm good at reading. I can see a street sign. Barely have to look at it. I've read it.
Can this skill be learned? Whatever the Jedi say.
Dude, being illiterate would suck so hard. Like trying to make your way through life, at least in like our modern society. Like I'm sure if you're like in some country where a lot of people can't read, it's not as bad. But like, there was I don't know if we talked about this. There was this story of this teacher who faked being able to read for like a 15-year career.
What?
He would just have his students read for him, and he like just bullshitted not being able to read, and eventually like got caught, and they didn't even fire him. I don't think he was just like, I don't know how to read, and it's embarrassing. They're like, that is embarrassing. And so then they gave him like reading tutorials. I need to find this guy. Teacher.
That is insane.
Who couldn't read.
How did he he must have been pretty clever in other ways.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is it. I was a teacher for 17 years, but I couldn't read or write. And he looks like someone that can read and write. He's an old guy with gray hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he grew up in New Mexico in the U.S. during the 40s and 50s. In second grade, we were supposed to learn to read, but for me, it was like opening a Chinese newspaper when I was looking at it. I didn't understand what the lines were. I remember praying, please, Lord, let me know how to read tomorrow when I get up. Oh, weird. I want to see, like...
That is a terrible strategy to learn reading. You should just... you should learn to read like a regular person.
He's a football player, I guess. That's how you working Kyle about their faked being able to read and write for 17 years. Couldn't read and write.
So Taylor's audio is robot-y right now, but Taylor knows of a teacher who couldn't read or write and kept that job for 17 years. And when he got caught, they just taught him to read. They didn't fire him or anything.
Yeah, I remember how fearful I was.
It's bad.
I couldn't even make roll call.
Have you tried turning it on and off again, Taylor? Have you tried appearing offline?
Turn offline doesn't.
Stop it. Oh, goddamn, I'll be quiet.
Don't you love MIDI soundboard?
Yes. Yeah, and he uses it well too. He doesn't overdo it. It'd be tempting to use it every 10 seconds or so.
He's Johnny on the spot with that thing.
It's good stuff.
Like we'll be giving somebody a hard time. We'll be like, hey, they'll be like, oh man, I haven't even showered today, and I'm already up playing this game. And MIDI will just like within 0.2 seconds, it's that clip of Wings going, I haven't taken a shower in 3 days.
Wings. People are in my chat all the time telling me what they got banned for. And it's always like, I asked him if he was going to play COD. I asked him, usually it's a question they ask that seems innocuous. And I wonder, right? Because it's one thing to be like, hey, you going to play this or whatever. It's another to know he's being bombarded and bullied and be one of them. I wonder if these guys are at all guilty sometimes. A Wings ban's quick.
The ban hand is strong.
Taylor, I bet your audio is fine now. Your video is fine.
I think I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I was testing
you're
my internet speed and it was fine, so probably a fucking Discord thing.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
We all played some zombies the other night. That was very fun.
I had a good time.
Yeah.
And dude, if you guys haven't played zombies yet, what Kyle said on PKN is true. There are kiting spots for everybody. Kiting, you probably all know, is that term where you kind of maintain your distance and use your range weapon. And it used to be in zombies that like there was one good spot and that guy would always like perform really well, and every other spot kind of sucked. Not this time. You know, there were kind of two spots that Taylor and I shared next to each other. The one by the plane where I think Kyle spent his time, I'd have been just as happy there. And I don't know where Mitty was.
Swamp is good. Yeah.
Maybe he was in the swamp.
Yeah, you can play underground. Yeah, you can play underground in a couple of different places. The map's full of nice little kiting spots. There's there's fewer bullshit trash piles in your way. There's no like corners of something that looks like it's clear, but it's going to snag you and pin you in. It's my favorite zombies game ever. It's the easiest to play zombies game ever. Like I was just goofing around today playing solo and I died at like 32 or something, but it was only because I was being dumb and like not paying attention.
I have a question. Tell me if I understand the meta right. I've literally only played one game. We got to level 35 and things were getting hard, but they weren't impossible. Is the idea to kind of get as far as you can, but not so far that you can't exfil? Like, would you say that that's about right? Because we got to 35 and I didn't feel like it was over the top hard yet, but we couldn't get out. We didn't like win.
We didn't win because no one had a ray gun and no one could. So sometimes you get a boss in the finale and sometimes you don't. If you do get a boss, you have to focus him down with something like a ray gun. Like at least one person has to just focus him down the entire time so that you can split him into and then kill the two copies within the like 90 seconds you have to get out of the map. We didn't have anybody to do that. And I don't remember what had happened to me, but I'd had a hard time anyway. I didn't have a power weapon either.
You used your knife for a long time.
Yeah, and then I stupidly upgraded my base knife, which I know better than to do. I just got unlucky with the box. Like I played earlier tonight and got a purple knife out of the box. And once you pack a punch that, like it's good for I don't even know how long. Maybe to round 40, it'll be a one-hit kill.
What'd you get out of the box? A purple
knife. Right? You know, like the rarity.
Okay.
Like the color determines the base damage of everything. So the knife you start with is shit compared to a purple knife.
I like the addition of the shield and the higher health and being able to know where you're at because there's nothing. I mean, obviously it made zombies way harder back in the day. Is like you make a little mistake and they corner you, you have 0.3 seconds before 4 of them get a hit in, even if you have Jug and you're dead. You know, this like you can get trapped for a second or two, and if you have a shield, like you can eat some hits and blast your way out. So I like that. That saved my ass more than a couple times.
And apparently
the ray gun is rarer out of the box than the special weapon in this game, and like the ultimate special, because apparently the ray gun is even better. Like it's the best by far. Yeah,
they nerfed it. They knocked it down to 33% of where it was, but that's the version you played with. So like it's still really strong at 33% of where it was when they released the game.
The
at first, weapon? The ray gun.
Oh, I haven't even had a ray gun yet.
They're so it's very strong. It's very strong as it is currently, but it was 3 times stronger when they released the game, which is just bonkers. But yeah, it's really, really strong, especially for killing the bosses because you've got to just focus them down.
I got a good gun. What was it called? I had 2 decent guns. One was a burst fire, which isn't awesome, but it wasn't terrible either. And then
probably
the other,
Auger M16.
You handed it to me. Do you maybe remember what it was? That burst gun?
Maybe the M16. That M16 is good.
Oh, the submachine gun. Yeah. Oh. The 3-round burst submachine gun. I don't know what it's called.
Okay. And then I also got that vacuum gun, which was pretty good.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best gun in the game, if you ask me. That thing, it's infinite ammo, and it just destroys everything in front of you. That thing's great.
The infinite ammo thing would be a lot more appealing in the old zombies, but now, once you get to level 35, like I think I had like 60,000 points or something, and I could just spend 10 to totally refill it. You know, if I wanted to. So
well, I need
appealing.
I don't want to be spending money on, you know, my goal is to get a good secondary weapon to the vacuum gun, and not having to ever buy ammo sort of facilitates that. Those points that would have been spent on ammo occasionally are really nicely spent on the box to get a ray gun or to get like a very rare knife or a very rare shotgun or something like that. And then I can triple pack a punch with even more points that I've saved from not having to buy ammo. And
I went down a couple of times, and it was my first game, and I was able to get back up and buy all my perks almost every time. And it didn't really occur to me, right, I'm not buying ammo really. I'm just using the vacuum gun.
Yeah, the pack-a-punch ammo is like 2,500 a pop. So it can get out of hand with certain weapons.
If you're all the way upgraded.
Maybe so, yeah. I really like the pump shotgun, upgraded all the way. That thing's nuts.
The one off the wall?
Favorite.
No, that's not semi. Fully auto. Yeah, or semi.
But I don't buy wall guns at all because they're just common rarity. I only use the box because I want to get a purple or gold weapon. It's just the base damage is just light years higher.
The one that you buy off the plane, that shotgun, I don't remember what it's called, the semi-automatic one.
It's like a spaz.
Yeah, it comes off rare. It's not the highest rare.
Yeah, it's like there's like 5 tiers and it's tier 3 out of 5. Like you really want to be purple or gold.
Yeah. I mean, it was good once I upgraded it all, but I guess you're right. That cost a lot of money to pump it up that much.
It
like
was
probably
fun.
50,000.
And I don't, so I forget, we played as zombies maybe 2-3 years ago, and there was a lot of ordeal to sort of open the map. Now, in this one, I didn't do it, so I can't say how easy it is exactly, but it seemed to be no trouble. It was just like whatever.
Super easy.
Yeah. I don't know. People weren't spending a lot of time just doing weird bullshit to play the game.
Well, Vinny knows how to do everything, so he's doing everything for us just about. I know how to do like 75% of the stuff. Like turning Pack-a-Punch on is easy. Turning the power on is easy. I can get the first 2 variants, upgrades for the Wonder Weapon really quickly and easy. I don't know how to do the second 2 yet. I need to watch a video or get somebody to walk me through it. I can do the Easter egg where the zombies all do the coffin dance. That's super duper easy. You know, and I can put the ether scope together super easily by myself. But most of it is like
that's great,
straightforward.
It's like I get it. You need to watch YouTube and figure out how to do this stuff. But MIDI wasn't like we played games where there was literally an hour worth of like bullshit you didn't want to do anymore just to like play. You know, this is just turn power on is weird. What was the one with that? What is the Chupacabra maybe?
I don't remember.
Well, the Mexican goat sucker known as the Chupacabra.
Yeah. Wasn't he in one of the zombies or something?
I don't know.
We used to play.
I don't even remember what the last map was we all played together before this.
I don't either.
The high altitude.
Like
you'd like go into this sort of ethereal mode where you could see things you couldn't see otherwise, and go to the very top of the buildings and retrieve things.
The one where you're like the gangsters trying to escape from Alcatraz.
Oh, Alcatraz.
I don't remember what that's called.
I don't think that's it.
Because that's the one where you like hit the electric ball or something, and then it's like you're the Spectre ghost, and you have to run around and shoot something else.
Things.
Yeah, zapping stuff. That was a map that was not easy to kite on at all. It was like you had to run people around the entire building, if I recall. But that was also cool because you could actually win. Like you could get on the little biplane and fly out and survive.
Yeah, you can win this too. We should try to like beat it because I don't think either of you have seen like the final Easter egg and how to beat the game.
I haven't. I'm down to do that. How long's or what level do you have to get to fully beat it?
You could probably knock it out by level 20 if you focused it down. Like basically, there's a machine on the inside of the building and it has 4 arms, and you shoot each arm with a different iteration of the power weapon. You know, the vacuum gun, the dye. Ice, poison, fire, and electricity. And when you do that, it opens up, and then you lure one of the bosses into it, and he gets sucked into it, and he reforms as a sentient version of that boss. And he's like, how did I get here? What am I? Then you get him to literally tear the name of the map is The Machine, D-Machine. And so you get him to tear the machine apart, which is like that whole area around Pack-a-Punch, and he tears it apart with his bare hands while you defend him from hordes of zombies. And then the whole map starts like falling apart, and this blue electricity is like coming out of the ground, and you have to run to that exfiltration area while avoiding zombies and the blue lightning. And then you get on the helicopter and leave, and you've like beaten the game, not just X-filled.
That sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It's not fun, but it's good to get done.
It's not fun.
No, it's not fun, but it's good to get it done.
It's probably
I've done
the most
it
fun
once.
just to see how high you can get.
I don't know. I'm just trying to rank up and get like camos and stuff at this point. I unlocked all the camos on my knife finally today, and now to get like diamond camo for it, I have to get 15. I have to unlock all the camos for the thumper, the breakdown grenade launcher, which is gonna just suck.
Why do you want the camos for that?
I don't want them, but to unlock the diamond camo, or maybe it's the gold camo for the knife, which I love, I have to, it's like unlock all the camos for the knife and one piece of equipment. And it's like the thumper is the only piece of equipment. So
are you starting every game with the knife?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
So I just need to get one out of the box, right?
Well, you do in your creative class, like I make the knife my primary weapon, and I use that until round 14 because it's a one-hit kill all the way to 14.
So if I want a good knife, though, but if I add my knife in there, because I don't have a special one, it's just going to give me a basic knife, right?
The rarity is going to be random. So what I'm doing, when I'm hitting the box, I'm looking, like best case scenario, it's a ray gun. Second best, it's a die. Third best, it's a rare knife. And I'm pretty excited if it's a rare knife, honestly, because then even if I'm running around with a ray gun, if I bump into a zombie and he's literally in my face, I can just hit my melee button and it'll insta-kill the zombie in front of me, even though I've got the ray gun out.
That's pretty handy. I want to roll the box a lot and get a better knife. Or an actual good knife. I think I have like a common one that works.
I mean, I could just give you my knife. I don't care. Like if we play a game, I'll just give you my knife. I don't give a shit. It's really fun.
What would you use?
I just buy a gun off the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I changed the mouse button, so now melee right here on my thumb.
Yep, same.
Quick on the draw.
Dude, a good mouse is a big deal. What mouse do you have now, Taylor?
It's got snakes on it. A Razer or something?
Yeah. Does it have 12 on the side?
I changed it. It has it has 2 on the side right now, but then I have something with like 6 and something with 12 I can snap on there too.
I used to look at Kyle's mouse. Kyle, can you hold it closer to the camera? Oh. And I was like, nah, that's just too Transformers for me. So I bought a more subtle mouse, and it didn't have enough buttons. Tarkov really appreciates having some extra buttons and functions. So now mine is a little Transformers 2 with some extra buttons.
Yeah, I'm just so used to this form factor and like the way it fits my palm. Like all this is adjustable. Like I can like make all this move around and stuff. And down here, I don't know how well you can see it, but those are weights. Those little silver things. Mm-hmm. So I can change the weight of the mouse. It's like super fucking heavy. Like
I feel like mice have gone through some sort of transformation. It used to be you make your mouse heavy. Now they advertise how light they are. Mm-hmm. People like these flyweight mice.
The Naga Trinity is what it's called.
What? Say it again.
Razer Naga Trinity.
I have the G502.
It's Naga.
Naga.
I think it's Naga.
It's Naga.
I'm not sure, but me and pronunciations. But I always thought it was Naga.
What is?
But yeah, zombies is sick.
It is. I love it. I'm so glad a game came out that I can get into like this again. Like I've been missing a good zombie.
And this is good for your WASD. This is super good for your WASD. There's a few extra keys, but not too many. Like learning Tarkov would be a nightmare for you. There's so much shit going on. Like in that game, there's lean, right? So you can lean like this, but there's 2 different kinds of lean. You can press one button and you'll just automatically lean like fully to the left, or then you can like hold the button and go and like
I don't want that level of
lean
choice.
Slow.
Dude, so I have to have a button devoted to getting text-to-speech to stop immediately, right? Because every once in a while you get a message you don't want it said out loud. I play Tarkov, and I'm like, there aren't any keys not used. It's hard to find an empty one. Like, what does F11 do normally? Like, all the keys.
Do you have one of those paddles? Who are we talking to that has one of those paddles?
Landmark, yeah. So Landmark's mods, he's also a mod for me. He doesn't give me this much attention, but he helped me and he got me set up with a pedal. So I use a foot pedal when people. Sometimes it's fun stuff, like they just say a bunch of L's, or the sevens, or they'll just wow. And, that's a good time. Sometimes it's not so fun stuff where they're talking about my kids and stuff, and it's you just send them to the pedal.
I am not enabling this feature. I get people asking me all the time, and I'm like, "You're fooling me." No, we can't allow this to happen. I have to be able to read it, so I can decide real time if I want to keep reading.
Do you get a lot? Do you get a lot that you wouldn't read?
Honestly, not a ton. It's pretty fucking rare that I get one that I won't read. But the addition of a text to speech, option would make that skyrocket.
Yeah. But yeah, zombies got to be really good for your WASD. There's just a few extra keys, Q and G and Z. And,
it is. I'm feeling good with moving around now. Pretty solid. Feeling like my guy's not a total clunky piece of shit. I can actually grenades. Having to hold the S key to walk backwards and hit G to cook a grenade, and also move the A and the D to diagonally back while I'm cooking the grenade. I'm struggling with that. So I need to start intentionally using grenades more to test it. I'm also not organic in my crouching or laying down. I have to walk up to it and then look and do that. It just feels weird.
You might learn faster than me, but I was at that phase for too long. It was a long time. WASD, yeah, I'm kind of a boss. I move it. I'm smooth. Everything's cool. And then G. Gotcha. Now I'm exaggerating a bit, but I'd hit G, but I wouldn't return super well. You know what I did, Taylor, that you might like? Do you have a gaming keyboard with cherry keys and stuff?
I have a Corsair.
For $9 on Amazon, I bought these WASD buttons, and they're red, which is kind of helpful. But what's more helpful is they're textured. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got these gray textured ones that it came with.
Oh, yours came with it. I'm going to show everyone.
I don't know how to turn these fucking lights
Texture
up.
a little better. But anyway, so if I'm not on the WASD like I should be, and I'm over on some smooth keys, it grabs my attention.
See, my
Look how not helpful this setting is.
I'm gonna have a t-shirt.
This is so not helpful. But then the only option, you can't turn it to a solid color. I don't think it's just. Oh no, you can't. It's just always fucking moving. I don't like it.
See, my solution to this whole thing is just to put my index finger on F like I'm typing. I've never understood why there would be two different ways to hold.
Forward with your ring finger on W?
Yeah.
Well, I've already learned too much the other way. I can't go back.
No, Kyle's not right on this. He's the only person that does this.
I'm the only person that does it, and there's zero I'm losing nothing.
No,
the only thing that I lose is left control is a no-no for me. I make it caps lock. If there's something to be done with left control, I switch with caps lock. And other than that, now I have access to T and G and B much more readily than anyone else does.
I don't like my ring finger in this position. I prefer the middle finger doing the heavy lifting here.
Only because you've done it that way already. If I tried to do that, I'd get lost all the time. I'd have to be looking at where my hand is, and I'd never find the keys again without some sort of textured keys. But F obviously has a little texture on it. It's got a little thing on it, and that's where. Look, I learned to keyboard while typing. That's the main thing you do on a keyboard. Why would your finger need to go to another completely different situation for gaming? It just never made sense to me.
Do you have textured stuff on any of your keys, or you just
F
use
and
the
J?
F?
Just F and J.
Just the standard.
Just the standard, yeah. So I put my index finger on F, and I don't need to look.
Do you have a gaming keyboard, or is it just a typewriter which you play on? Oh,
does it have a Razer Huntsman?
Okay.
Like a spider.
I was looking for a new keyboard
it's
the other
constantly
day.
changing its mind about that. Don't worry.
The colors.
Does it just change?
Yeah, I've got it on just go through the. I don't know why it's saying on blue. I put it down and it immediately. Yep, there. Okay, I've got to put it down and it's changed to purple now.
Is there a gyro sensor in there somehow?
I think there might be, because now it is legit purple, and if I put it down again, now it's pink, and now it's red.
That's crazy.
If I put it down again, now it's white. Yeah.
Mine's always white, but I like that it's gold and it's metal.
I like that too. Mine's plastic, But if I ever want to like smash it, then it'll be very satisfying. My last keyboard, I had it for like 5 years, and I spilt a soda on it, and like it went all inside of it. And I was like, all right, we're going to try to fix this. But the moment that I'm done, I'm fucking done. And as soon as I saw that it wasn't going to happen, I just smashed the shit out of it. I was so upset with it because I was trying to take the little screws out and stuff and getting frustrated and more frustrated. And it just, I tore it to pieces with my bare hands and like smashed it on the desk. And I only
tore
finished
it to pieces.
I tore it to pieces. There were keys everywhere. It was very satisfying.
My keyboard would fight back.
Your keyboard could be a murder weapon. It's like that Gattaca keyboard that guy killed the other man with.
I used to use an IBM Model M when I programmed for a living. Do you know this keyboard, this legendary keyboard?
I don't.
It has mechanical keys, but before cherry mechanical keys were these buckling spring mechanical keys, and it clicked so loud. Cherry Blues would be like, how'd you do that? Like,
I bet I learned on one. I probably learned on one because like I learned on an IBM typewriter.
They are so tough, Kyle. I think they're dishwasher safe. Like, it is the most badass keyboard ever. But it's old. Mine was literally from 1984, like from before I coded. Yeah. And it didn't have a Windows key. And after a while, I kind of missed that.
This is so obnoxious to listen to. You can hear the little spring and the tinny ding, ding. It's a badly tuned lute.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's so loud.
That's exactly what it looked like.
It's like popcorn.
Oh, man.
I learned.
I hate this.
My school was so either underfunded or old school or whatever. I literally learned on a typewriter to type.
Really?
Yeah. An electric typewriter, but a typewriter nonetheless.
So did they put that orange cover over the top of the keys so you couldn't see it?
Yep.
I remember
and then every time you press the key, ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. It's a fucking typewriter.
I didn't learn how to type at all in my keyboarding class. And it was because my grade school keyboarding class, I remember it was like 6th grade and they just got computers and everything in there. And like the lady didn't know how to type herself. And so like her teaching us was like, she was maybe like 70. She was old as shit. She was walking around the library. These brand new computers were all sitting at brand new in 2000 or whatever. And the way she was teaching us to type is she would tell us to go to the home row. She was Canadian. And she would just go A, space, B, space, C, and it was like, I'm not learning anything. Like, it's just, all I do is cheat, see where the C is, and then just hit it till you tell me to stop, and then I cheat and see where the D is, and like, you gotta give me words, you gotta give me something. I remember what did help me learn to type is doing high school typing class, where it was like, words would come at you that were like comets, and you were on the spaceship, and you had to shoot down the words by typing it fast enough.
Yeah.
And so it'd be like cat, dog, penis, and then by the end, it's like sesquipedalian, ostentatious, like that kind of stuff coming down. So
I spelled ubiquitous today. First try. I was so proud. I was like,
wow.
Oh, there's no red squiggly line. This is kind of a big deal here.
Well, when I got to the UI part, I was nervous, but I conquered. That's good. Glad that your spelling's going well.
I'll get it someday.
Thankfully, numbers don't come up on this show too often, or I would be the exposed one with all that.
Kyle, didn't you type pretty fast, right? I remember when poker night, we all did a typing test. What did you get? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Maybe 90.
I kind of remember 92. I got 54. And it was a bit of a smooth run for me. Like, I got all my words right. I had to hit backspace maybe twice in the whole thing. And I got 54. And I'm like, I think if I took that 5 times, that's my top 2. It might be your best. Or my best, yeah. So I didn't take it anymore. I didn't try to up it. I didn't want to come in at 44 the next time around.
You had your Guam was 90?
Yeah.
Kyle? It's pretty good Guam. That would have got you an A.
I don't think. I mean, yeah, if you're in high school, but like people who like actually type or type like 160 words a minute.
Oh, if I went back to a high school class right now, fucking Clickety click, clickety clack, dominating. You know, they should have typing championships.
Kyle, the
ESPN.
average person is 38 to 40. And professional typists average between 65 and 75. I thought your numbers were low. According to the Google.
That seems shockingly low.
Maybe it's because they're 100% accurate all the time. Like a courtroom.
Did you see the courtroom stenographer video and like how her thing? First of all, she's smoking hot. Like
yes.
I clicked her profile to see if she did any not safe for work content. Super hot chick.
Wait, what is this you're talking about? I need to know.
There was a Reddit video of a stenographer showing how the stenographer machine works because it's very complicated. It's not a keyboard. It's like these. I can't explain it. She couldn't explain it, frankly. Like she had a hard time explaining how. I mean, she knew how it worked.
Holes in her story. Like that was my problem. She's like, all right, this side of the keyboard is for the beginning of a word. This side of the keyboard is for the end of the word, and the bottom is vowels. It was missing a vowel, maybe I. And I'm like, what? I need to know how to make an I on this keyboard because it's not with the other vowels. What?
Yeah.
And I never heard. I never heard where the vowels where it came.
Yeah, and there's like combinations of keys. Like you press this one and that one at the same time, and it says the word "your." And it's just, so I just imagine she's like, and she's, I think she said something like in the high hundreds, like 175 or something is what she could do, because she has to do like maybe there's two people talking at the same time. Like she's got them both going somehow.
You're right.
Shockingly fast.
There's that, and she was also saying that text to speech will never be able to do her job because she's not confused by two people talking at once. She's not confused by ambient noise like dropping a book or air conditioners or whatever. You know, a human is just a real good speech processor. So maybe someday she'll be wrong. I don't know. But it was neat because when we type one letter at a time. She types several letters at a time. And I can just imagine how a master, like a pianist almost, would be able to type so much faster.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But I was blown away by how attractive she was.
Right?
It looks a lot. I'm just assuming this is the woman.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I feel like every video you can't show anymore.
Oh,
but I mean, like I'm no one, and it's constantly telling me who's
no. This is not the
stuff.
one.
Oh, it looks like DDR on the screen.
No, the woman that we're talking about is much hotter and brunette.
Well, then link it. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought they were just really fast at a keyboard. I didn't know they were using special machines. Guess that's why I've never had any respect for that occupation. And because it's full of women.
I had to process that for a second.
It says sneak that one in on the back end.
My aunt did it for a bit. She got divorced and, I don't know, learned stenography so that she could have a career.
Oh, this stenographer can do 280 words per minute.
False. That's a lie. That's not, there's no way that's true.
I mean, there's a video.
But we don't understand it. Also, it was interesting. She's like, these are the things I'm typing. And then it was like all these 4-letter words with no vowels that weren't words that looked like she just typed randomly. And then she's like, and then here it is translated via the software to the transcript. I didn't quite get the whole thing.
I'm looking at like an overlay that teaches you how to do stenography. There is no I. It's AOEU. Right? There is no fucking I on the keyboard
all the I's
at all.
Just like lowercase L's?
I don't know how I's are done.
Because how else would you do an I? Do they not have room?
I don't know. There's no I on here. But like, what if the word is like I? What if it's just I? like, you know what I mean? Like context will not come into play in that scenario. Like if this thing was a computer and it's just like, it just knows that there must have been an I there. So it knows that the THNK means think. And it throws an I in.
There's also not a C.
3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's only 21 fucking letters on here.
I know, look, there's no C.
But you do combos. You know, you hit you hit two
B.
keys at once and you get a different letter, right?
One of them is just a big asterisk. What does that key do? Why is the biggest key on the board an asterisk?
Yeah.
Seems like wasted real estate.
I hope these people get paid well because they have mastered something that I can't even comprehend.
I did not get what the asterisk was all about. She's like, and this key is asterisk, and it's just this big can't miss it key. I'm looking for the stenography overlay.
I still can't find the hot chick, but
about $77,000 a year on average stenographer. And you probably don't have to take any work home with you because you're just typing as you hear it.
Sounds right. Al, can you show me what you're looking at? I want to show the viewers a stenography overlay, and stenography overlay doesn't pull one up.
Yeah, here you go. So I played the video a little, but really just the thumbnail is fine. You know what I mean?
Even after watching this video, I still have no idea how stenographers operate. Let's take a look. I bet I can figure this out probably before the end of the show. Oh, yeah, you're right. This old lady at the start, fucking smoking.
God damn it! I wish I could find the hot chick.
It took me a second to process that. Yeah, look at this. There's no I on the keyboard, and
there's no I. There's no C.
Yes, the C's missing too, and they devote a lot of time to asterisks. Are there 2 asterisk buttons?
Yeah, looks like it.
I don't understand their use of asterisks. Well, shit.
I'm usually really good at Googling up what I'm looking for, and I'm struggling with this. Stenographer.
Yeah, you found snuff porn right away.
Yeah.
Well, the bookmark helps.
We have our sweet spot. That is a good one.
Yeah, this is... I'm skipping around this. This looks impossible. It's like a magician.
All right.
I have a new topic.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You guys ready? We have a little bit of Florida Man.
Another hour and 20 minutes stenographer talk, bring us home. Ooh.
Florida Man says he was trying to toughen up 8-year-old by bringing him along on a crime spree. 36-year-old man in Florida who is accused of committing various crimes while with an 8-year-old was arrested on Thursday. He told authorities that he brought the boy with him because he was trying to toughen him up. He didn't want him to be soft. Taking a child out while you're committing felonies is not the proper way to create a positive influence, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said. What do you guys think? Does this guy have a point?
I mean, how was the child behaving before this? Was he really kind of a pissy-eyed loser? If that was the case, maybe it was helpful.
Yeah, so he brought the boy along, and they did the whole porch pirate thing. They took a package from a person's porch, and he told the child, "It's mine now." They left the scene in a red Hyundai.
I don't like that because that's a crime that could affect me.
But
Someone
it would
stealing
make
something off my front porch.
Makes the kid cool.
So I have a series of increasingly difficult riddles needed to access my front door. Because I found out booby traps are illegal. Kyle.
Well,
which is really unfair. You should be able to booby trap your property as much as you want. Right? It's your property. Why not?
Because they're indiscriminate murder machines?
No, not if it's in the house.
wait, what?
I'm not putting mines in my front yard.
Why not?
Because that would be a waste. It'd ruin my yard.
You know, it's funny. I've always kind of got on board with the idea that it's not okay to string like a piano wire across a trail because you're angry at the mountain bikers, right? That seems mean and wrong and rotten. On the other hand, I thought that fucking Macaulay Caulkin was the hero of Home Alone, not the bad guy.
Yep. We all remember Macaulay Caulkin.
I said McCulkin, you dick.
Did you say Macaulay?
What's his first name, though?
It's not Cullen?
Not even close.
Wait. I can get closer. It's a layup. It's an assist. You're supposed to help me.
I bet $10 he doesn't get it in 3 tries.
Okay. I won't Google. It's not.
You taking this, Taylor? He's got 3 tries to come up with.
I have to bet that he will get it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm offering.
I'm not going to give you $10 for free. That's a terrible bet.
It's not Cullen McCulkin, but I think I'm close. He says I'm not close, but I don't believe him.
I'm so close yet so far.
It's this isn't my second guess. I don't think it's Kyle McCulkin. That doesn't sound right. Not Cully. No. If it was Cully, he'd have said I was close.
No, he's getting close. Yeah.
It's not Cullen. It's not Kyle. It's not
Come on,
Cully.
you're so close.
Oh, I am close, right?
What if it were Colin? How ridiculous
It's
would you
not.
feel?
I'm gonna second guess. Cully.
No.
Fuck.
Macaulay Caulkin.
Cully McCulkin. It's not that, huh? Fuck, I don't know this guy's name.
I can't believe this.
Can you believe that just happened?
What the? All right,
Did
I
you hear
still
what he
have.
said?
Wait, no. What are you?
Oh, you didn't hear it? Okay.
Oh, when he almost strung it together. Yeah.
Said, "Fuck, I don't know this guy's name." It's not Guy McCulkin. It's not Fuck McCulkin. It's not. I don't know this guy's name. Well, I feel like there's a hint in there, and I'm not putting it together.
He's forgotten the last name now. He's gone backwards.
Now we're at McCulkin.
We can do this bit for an hour. I love it.
All right, come on, you can do it. Here, we'll do this. We'll give him a little hint. So, first name starts with an sound. Last name starts with a k sound.
Wait, his first name starts with an M or an EM? It's certainly not Emmanuel McCulkin.
It's M. Yeah,
It's M.
first name M.
Michael, Miles, Matthew, Mark, nope. Manuel. Wait, Manuel McCulkin is close. Jesus,
That was the closest one syllables.
That's the closest you've been in a while.
Manuel. I don't. Fuck it, I give up. Manuel McCulkin. What's his name?
Macaulay.
Macaulay's not. It's barely a real name.
At one
Macaulay
point, though,
Culkin.
you said Macaulay as his last name. Though. You said you're like it can't be Culkin Macaulay. Like, you just said his name backwards. Like, you're so lost.
That was good. We could have kept that going the rest of the show. We got an hour and 20 left. We could have kept reading that out. That's really funny. In fairness, that is not a name you can guess if you don't know.
Macaulay is
Macaulay
a made-up fucking name. He is the only Macaulay.
Yeah, are there any other Macaulay?
I mean, there might be now, but before 1980, there weren't.
Damn, he's 40.
Yeah, I think he was born in.
How's he look for 40? Because he looked bad at 23.
God, he just looks ghoulish.
But
like he looks.
He looks. Now I have to spell Macaulay.
You'll get it right on the second try.
Well, Google will get me closer. I got neither
Yeah,
right.
well.
His last name's Culkin. There's no Mick.
Yeah, I know.
We know.
No.
That's why Kyle fooled you in the beginning by saying that his first name was his last name. Or what? No.
He doesn't look too bad at 40, I think.
That's a good picture.
Yeah,
It's
he
a
doesn't
very
look that bad.
generous picture.
He's got his fingernails painted.
He looks
though.
best from that head-on angle. If he turned that head a few degrees, you would. Things change.
He's wearing 2 watches.
Show
on
me
his
a
right
bad
hand.
recent
At
picture.
least 2.
Yeah, 2 and like a charm bracelet. And he's got fingernails painted. Very unbecoming. Macaulay Culkin comes in front of Congress. Nails painted. Rings on. Very, very disrespectful.
Is he
What did he
that
say- who
bad
did he say
looking
that
now?
to?
I feel like he had a bad. Like, there's this awful picture. I'm showing it to everyone now. I'm sure you guys have seen it before. Like, this is his low. He looks like maybe he's on drugs. But
Yeah, that's definitely there. Or he's not eating.
has he kicked it? Does he
I
look?
mean, he looks healthier than this in that picture I linked.
Yeah. Here's another shot.
That one you linked, he looks rough.
It's a different.
Yeah.
It's not the same outfit that. Taylor.
I think it. Well, he's got several watches on, and the one you just linked as well.
Does he have a Band-Aid on too? No.
Band-Aid?
They're
God
all
knows.
watches, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he does look ghoulish.
Is
and
he still with
emaciated
Mila
in that picture.
Kunis?
No.
I don't fucking know. He was with
Why
Mila
do I
Kunis?
think Mila Kunis is with someone like? I think she's with like one of the most eligible people. She was
with Macaulay for a long time.
I want to say she's with like Ashton Kutcher or something, but I'm checking.
I think that might have been even earlier.
She is with Ashton Kutcher.
From 2002 to 2011, and then they broke up. So we're 9 years late on that tale.
In 2015, she married Ashton Kutcher. So she's been married to him for 5 years.
They met on the set of that 70s show.
They did.
Probably.
She's
When she was
super pretty.
underage.
Was he?
Yeah, she is.
No, he was no.
Well, I mean,
He
they
was
didn't start
like-
dating then.
Well, he played someone underage, so it's fine.
That's how it works.
That's what I always do. I get one of those big lollies. One of those bonnets.
How would that have been handled in the Benjamin Button universe if he's 72 with the body of an 18-year-old or the body of a 16-year-old
That's
and
legal.
he's fucking a 15-year-old?
Oh, that's
He's 72, but he's 16
wait.
physically.
I didn't
and
know
it's a
he was going to be
15-year-old
fucking
girl.
an underage person.
Yeah, see, but now they're both underage, body-wise, but he's been around for 70 years.
Dude, he's built to be a predator, isn't he? I mean, that is like, he has the wisdom of a 72-year-old in the body of a 16-year-old.
The things I could get done.
But
Yeah.
he would just, I feel like most adults, if they were put in that situation, would be able to manipulate a child.
I mean, there's a certain age where you can
kids
just
don't.
commit actual felonies, and people will just be like, "Aw." Like, you could stab someone at 6. Nobody's gonna do a damn thing.
Yeah, not unless the other kid has a knife.
You could steal jewelry from like a department store or something at 6. Nobody's gonna do anything. They're
You
not
can do that
locking
at
you up.
29 if you're sly about it.
Kyle is
Can you?
suddenly rethinking
Yeah.
his decision not to have children. There's some avenues for
Oh, now
profit
if you
here.
manipulate a child into committing a crime, they come after you.
No, because I will also manipulate the child to lie.
Yeah.
I
Children
will
are
gaslight the child into believing a totally alternate version of reality.
Most children are terrible fucking liars, though. You can eventually like trick them into telling the truth.
Yeah.
Well, then who knows what's the truth and what's a lie? Right? You can trick
it's
a
whatever
child
they-
into saying whatever you want them to. Therefore, they're bad witnesses.
Were there some of those moments, I'm sure?
The
where,
Michael
like,
Jackson
bringing-
defense.
Yeah, like bringing Hope up that she would do some bonehead lie and you would just have to do the dad thing like, "Oh, really? Is that really what happened?" Like, how did you handle that? When she just basically the equivalent of chocolate covered face, cookie jar exposed and broken. I didn't touch the cookies.
No.
That level.
I hope it didn't really ever lie. And it was kind of neat. She wasn't a liar. Not a problem. Never faked a sick day or anything like that. All legit. Colin, like he lies like every opportunity lately. Hey, where's your mom? Nah, she's outside.
Why lie about that? There's nothing to gain from that lie.
No, he's not
He knows
trying.
he can trick you.
It's
There's no motive.
it's just funny to him. Like, like
To lie.
yeah. If he gets you to go outside, it's fucking the greatest thing to Colin. He's like, I got dad to buy that bullshit. And
She left you.
Meanwhile, it's like the most believable lie. Well, yeah, I believed you. Why wouldn't she be outside?
Or sometimes I know that not to be untrue. It's like, she's either in the bedroom or the kitchen. Hey, Colin, where's mom? And, he'll be like, she's upstairs. And I'm like, I was just upstairs. I know that's not true. He just starts laughing. He's trying to get you. And it's like, but I actually need to know. Can you tell me the truth just this one time? And not necessarily.
No dice.
No.
I lied my way into a better grade in a class my senior year of high school. And it was like, does every school have like a version of like, I think most schools call it like life skills or like stupid, like practical things you're going to need later in life. And it's not practical at all. And ours was like, all right, we're going to prep you for college. Here's a bunch of worksheets about how dangerous booze is and how dangerous smoking and weed and coke or whatever. And we had to like make this stupid little fucking binder. The teacher was one of those teachers that was only there because her kid was at the school and like that's the only thing she was qualified to teach, and she wasn't even qualified to teach.
Should you have paid more attention in that class in hindsight, Taylor?
No, there was nothing to learn.
Okay.
No, maybe, but I mean, I did well in school and in college with grades, but basically there were 2 different binders you had to make, and these were fucking thick binders full of worksheets and busy work nonsense. And I did the first one, and we had to like turn it into her, and she did the grading. It was like, oh, all right, everybody gets an A because you did it. And in my head, I remember being like, second semester senior year, all my classes were either study hall or gym because I had worked my schedule that everything was bullshit my senior year. And I was like, this is retarded. I'm not doing this again. And so for the second half of that semester, I just would like take the papers and just stuff them in my bag and not really pay attention to them. And then it got to be the end, and I was like, I got a plan. And so everybody turned their binders in. I walked over like while she wasn't looking and like did a pretend lay down, and then walked back after like there was too big of a pile to know. And then went back and sat down. And 3-4 days later, she's going through and she's like, hey, Taylor, I don't want to alarm you, but I can't find your binder. And you did turn it in, right? And I was like, yeah, I turned it in. And I would appreciate it if you could find it because there's a lot of stuff in there I wanted to bring to college with me. And she's like, I will do my best.
Tell me you really said that. Is that part true?
I really did say that. And and she was like, Taylor, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reprint everything for you. So even if I can't find it, you'll have all that. And I was like, thank you so much. I would really appreciate that. And then she ended up like giving me a B for it. Never turned it in. Never did anything.
You couldn't have argued for a better grade?
I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Matter.
Yeah.
I was already into college. Everything was already set. I didn't care about that. But yeah, it was. Can you give me that? Like, I was really hoping to take those helpful tips with into college. What a rube. Fun times.
Yeah, there were. I remember students like that in my school too, who like they had a good enough reputation amongst the teachers, right? They're smart, they're diligent, they always get their work done, and whenever like an assignment is lost, you would assume it wasn't the kid who messed it up, right? Because they're conscientious that way, and you work the ruse. I could never have pulled that off. It would have been just on brand for me not to turn work in. They wouldn't assume I meant to.
See, I did so well all through high school. It was like, oh, this isn't Taylor's MO. He does his shit. He has really good grades. So yeah, I took real advantage of that.
I changed some grades, and the teacher has that. Before everything was computerized, she just had a grade book with like every grade you've made all year. Yeah. And I just went in and changed them, but not just mine, because that would have been foolish, right? I changed several people's grades. I looked, and whenever anyone who had anything below a 50, you got a 70. Grades were going up.
You're better than the teacher.
Yes, but I'm,
you're making sure you're not singled out. Yeah.
That, but you can recognize your own fucking handwriting over a 8th grader's handwriting probably. So she knew it was me. She knew because I had access, and she's just like got me out in the hallway, and she's giving me the 3rd degree. She's just like, I know it was you. And I'm just like, wasn't me. Wasn't me. And she's just like, this is just lies on top of lies on top of lies. I'll never forget. She gives it, and she just lies on top of lies on top of lies with you. And I'm just like, wasn't me. Because she's got no proof. She can't do shit. You got no proof, lady. You got no proof.
Did it look like your handwriting? Or did you...
they're numbers, like you're gonna figure out who makes a 7 like that. I made a traditional 7. I'm not gonna give you my 7. I'm giving you the doop doop. My 7's got a little doop doop doop. Like it's got a little thing on the end.
It's got a little hangover, yeah.
You're not getting my 7. All right.
What am I new here?
This isn't the first time I've cheated, and it won't be the last because I'm getting away with this shit, bitch. There's no way. You don't even know what those grades used to be, do you? No. What are you going to do? You going to retest us all? Nope.
Yes, everyone's held back.
She had
because
no
of
choice.
Mr. Myers.
She had no choice but to send me back to my desk and scowl at me for the rest of the year.
That's hilarious.
Fuck
I
you,
was
Miss
never
White.
ballsy enough. Fuck you, Miss White.
You dyke. You dyke-looking bitch with your fucking... She looked like Richard Simmonds. She looked like Richard fucking Simmonds. Just like Richard Simmonds with that haircut.
Was she fit?
She looked like Richard Simmonds.
He wasn't that fit.
He was not fit
exactly.
for a fitness man.
Well, the thing was, he used to be like 350 pounds.
No, but for a guy that worked out that much, I'm not sure he worked out off camera.
It was also kind of just him like bopping around, from what I've seen, where it was like, all right, this is exercise if you are gargantuan.
Yeah,
like you kind of just sidestep.
To me, his thing was like a fat acceptance. You know, like you didn't. Who was the? There was a really hot. I don't know. There was a really hot yoga person. I forget who, but whatever.
He's trans.
He might be. You didn't want to do aerobics with this like Christy Brinkley super hot model. Jane Fonda is who I'm thinking of. But if you're super fat, Richard Simmonds was there to be like, hey, I like you. We're sweating to the oldies. You're my crowd.
Sweating to the oldies.
Have you ever seen the Stern Show? On which he's like a guest. They troll the fuck out of him till he cries.
Really?
They piss him
poor
off.
Richard.
Oh, they troll the fuck out of him. I can't even remember specifically what they're going after. I know. He wasn't out as gay. We all know Richard Simmonds is gay. Everybody knows Richard Simmonds is gay, but he wasn't out. And so Howard would start bringing it up, and he'd be like, "Now, Howard, how dare you say something like that to me? I'm as straight as a question mark." It's just like he would get real pissed off and hang up on the call, and then he'd call back like angry, like I'm not through with you yet. And it's just like, dude, you're super gay. We all know. No one cares. Your audience is full of like fat women. They love that you're gay. Look at those shorts, dude.
He's not out.
Yeah. He's not out.
I Googled it. I have a lot to offer people. Aside from 3 Dalmatians and 2 maids, Richard Simmonds lives alone in Beverly Hills, California. While his sexual orientation has been the subject of much speculation, he's never publicly discussed his sexuality.
Yeah. The word was that he was transitioning about 3 or 4 years ago.
He's 72.
As we all know, that's the prime years to transition into a woman. Your body is just ready to change after 70 years of being one way. It's tired of the same old thing. It's ready to become a beautiful
tremendous amounts of elective surgery when you're in your mid-70s
and hormone therapy.
I see. I hear sarcasm, but the way I see it is this: he's 72, right? His body's just about not producing any testosterone anyway. Fuck it, throw some E on there and transition easy.
Yeah, you're an ugly man at 75. You can be an ugly 75-year-old woman if you want.
Yeah,
that's true. So. The standards for beauty are way lower at 70.
I've seen some 75-year-old women that look pretty much exactly like Richard Simmonds. So,
right?
Yeah, I've seen the same hair.
Like, who's the sort of butchiest one from Golden Girls? Kate Blanchard, maybe. Blanche is the character's name, right?
Yeah, the one that looks like she can lay some dick down. Yeah,
yeah. One. She's manlier than Richard Simmonds, right? Richard Simmonds could easily slide in there and be like a feminine 70-something-year-old.
Sure. All right. I'm back on your team on this one.
All right. Thank you.
Betty White has to be. Is she even with it anymore?
She was with it until like 2 years ago, and then she accepted some kind of an award. I don't know, a VH1 MTV award, and she was like, it was clear she'd fallen off that old people cliff, and she was just like, "Hello, everyone.
Oh no,
it's good to be here." Like she could barely string a sentence together.
Born in 22.
22.
Christ.
1922. Wow, she'll be 100 in 2 years.
Yep. No, she won't.
Her husband of almost 20 years died of old age in 1981.
She'll be 99 in 2 months.
Wow. Yeah. Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
99 cannot be a fun way to walk around unless you're one of those Japanese super centenarians or whatever they're called.
Apparently that's extremely over exaggerated, the longevity of the Japanese because of the people frauding the social security system.
That makes sense, because you'll also hear about that stuff where they'll be collecting checks for their 111-year-old grandma, and then they'll find bones in the litter box.
the Guinness World Record people show up and they find a fucking skeleton and they're like, oh god damn. Turns out she's not the oldest woman in the world.
Yeah, why would you let her in? Let him in. No, we don't want the accolades. We just want to be left in peace.
I'll take the trophy. You be on your way.
No, I'll keep
well, we need a photograph of her. Ooh.
As people get older, they start voting Republican. But once they pass 100, they're Democrats again.
Yep. That's the natural curve of life.
That's a good one. You go from Democrat to Republican, all the way back to Democrat in your final years.
That's funny. Oh, shit. I had a news story.
I saw someone, that there were some dead people that voted in the election. But again, like not enough to matter.
It's like
not enough to fucking
6.
matter.
And there are some that are like falsely accused of being dead. Like I saw that was a big, Tucker Carlson had to apologize on air.
I saw
still
that.
here.
That was funny. Where, like just some old lady. Like I'm dead people vote in every fucking election, but like to have some like 96-year-old actually be like, well, I did vote though, and they have to be like, all right, we're sorry, you did vote.
So the one I think maybe we all saw, she calls herself like Mrs. John Cranston or something. Like it's a little outdated now, but that's like an official married name, and they just sort of like assumed she was Mr. John Cranston, who's dead. There's another one I saw where it was a mistake. Like the woman and her husband she filled in the wrong ballot and returned it, but she didn't return her own ballot. She didn't vote twice. She just voted on the other absentee ballot that she shouldn't have used.
Yeah.
And, so that is kind of a dead person voting, but there isn't like that intent there. She just...
Did you see the all gas, no brakes clip where they're asking the Trump supporter if she's ever seen voter fraud?
I did see it, yeah. And she's
It's
like,
so good.
I voted for Trump twice.
Have you ever seen voter fraud? I absolutely have. I did it. I voted for Trump twice in the last election. Oh, really? And did you get caught? Oh, yeah, I'm still on probation for it.
Dude, that guy does a really good, uncomfortable interview. I've
so
only watched a handful of his videos.
Sturgis was great.
Sturgis was good. He goes to like, I think one of the funniest ones is going to spring break. He goes to spring break and like just interviews a bunch of drunk kids acting foolish. Very, very funny.
Do you
the Juggalo one? Yeah.
What level of that interview is just him being himself, and what of it is like a character almost like, shit me a name, Sacha Cohen Baron, maybe? You guys help me get to the finish line on that.
They're all right, but not in the right order.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so like he does Ollie G, he does Barat, he does this, but of course in real life he's perfectly normal. Do you think All Gas No Brakes, is that him, or is he?
I don't think he's really putting on a character at all.
Yeah,
because there's nothing like over the top about him. He's just asking questions. Now he's playing dumb a lot to be like, really? Why do you think that is? But that's just being a good interviewer, really. Mm-hmm. Sometimes he slips in little jokes because I don't know if it was him or like the person who was with him, like when that lady admitted to voter fraud, he was like, really? I thought it was just liberals who committed voter fraud. That's weird. It's really shattering my my sense of values here. I don't know. And then they like do a close up of her, and she looks so dumb. She's almost a caricature of a person. She's like she's like a South Park white trash person. She just like brrr, like front teeth showing and like squinty eyed.
I think that a lot of it is a put on, and that's why it's good. Is because he knows what to do to make it more uncomfortable and more awkward. It's like, have you ever watched Nathan For You?
Mm-mm.
If you've never seen, anyone out there too, Nathan For You, it's one of the funniest fucking shows. He's the guy who goes around to failing businesses and
he's great.
will come up with ideas. Like he went to a coffee shop, and this is the one that got the most attention. He's like, all right, so Starbucks is popular. We're going to make your coffee shop dumb Starbucks. And under parody law, they can't come after us as long as we make sure that it's a parody. And like he makes a store, and it's just the exact same branding on the outside of Starbucks. And the whole goal was to trick people into thinking it's a Starbucks, but it just says the word dumb above it. And then you go to the menu, and they'll be like, I'll have a venti mocha latte. And he's like, you have to order a dumb venti mocha latte. Oh, I'll have a dumb venti mocha latte. And it's all the same thing. And Starbucks got so mad, they like sued and had it closed down. because
Yeah,
they didn't
it became
like dumb
national
Starbucks.
news.
Yeah.
They were selling T-shirts, like there were huge lines outside, like local news reporters were showing up, like it was ridiculous. It's his best bit ever. It's hilarious.
This one guy, he faked a viral video years and years ago of a pig swimming out to save a goat at a petting zoo, and it got huge on the internet before he revealed that like the pig had like a harness and someone was pulling a rope under the water, and like the goat was never in any danger. It was so over the top. You might be able to find that if you look for it. He does another one where
my god,
he goes to this he goes to this guy who's a private eye or a private investigator, and the guy's like, I don't have any Yelp reviews, I don't give a fuck about Yelp reviews, and getting mad that he didn't have any reviews. And so he finds a bunch of actors that look similar to him, and then like an Asian guy who kind of looks nothing like him, and he puts them all in the same clothes as him, and he has them like diffuse so he can like escape to test how good the guy is at finding people. And it is so fucking. One guy had a toy company, and he had this stupid toy, this ball that nobody wanted, no kids wanted, and so he had like focus groups with kids, and they're like, he was like, would you guys like to play with this? Would you like this? And they're like, no. And he's like, that's interesting, because we've actually recently found out that the only people who don't like to play with this toy are babies. Are you a baby? And they're like 6 years old, and like, no. And it's like, well, you said you didn't like the toy, so only babies don't like this toy. And like before long, all the kids are like, I want it. And they're like, yeah, you gonna go ask your mom for the toy? And like bullies a kid into going to find the fucking toy. It is one of the most laugh out loud hilarious shows I've ever watched.
What's it called again?
It's called Nathan for You. It's basically like all gas, no brakes delivery on those interviews. Very good. Very fucking funny. Nathan for You is the kingpin of these interviews. It is so uncomfortable when he tries to make people be his friend.
Yes. He's straight-faced. He never cracks a smile. It's very uncomfortable.
It's so fucking uncomfortable.
I just watched the pig save the goat. I'd never seen that before, and I didn't watch it from the episode. I watched like the viral video.
Yeah,
and it's just like, oh, that pig saved the goat. That's great. Like it looks like a pig is saving a goat.
And the woman on that episode who owns the failing petting zoo is like, but people are gonna know it's fake. Aren't they gonna be mad when they find out it's fake? And he's like, we don't need to worry about that. That's okay. It was so fucking funny. I'm trying to think of more great bits from that show. It's nonstop laughing. It's one of the funniest shows I've ever seen. I don't think he's still making it, which fucking sucks. I can't see how they wouldn't continue that show. A lot of the business ideas he has are like ingenious in their own way. Like they make like let me see if I can find it.
Oh, there's 5 seasons of this. Where's
Oh
it?
yeah.
I'm looking to see where it's streaming at. Oh, it's on HBO Max. Holy shit.
Oh,
okay.
Where is it? Oh, fuck.
Writer, director, comedian Nathan Fielder. Business degree, combines that with knowledge of unusual life experiences to help boost their sales.
The best one he ever did it's season 1, episode 7. So start watching that one if you want. And it's called The Claw of Shame. And he's tied up like a magician would, like head, arms above his head, and he's on a stage, and he has to undo his handcuffs before a robot that they've programmed to grab hooks around his pants and pull them down. And the audience is full of children, and there's a cop standing by, and so if he doesn't unlock his handcuffs, he will be arrested for exposing himself to children. So, it is so fucking funny of an idea. And he like goes around and like confirms, and he's like, Officer Smith, just confirming, if those pants do come down, what are you going to do? And he's like, I'm going to arrest you. You've broken the law. Like, initially, they were going to have somebody pull his pants down, but they're like, well, that would make him aiding and abetting, and we would have to do that. And so they had to find a robot, like, arm guy to program it on an automated loop to, like, over the course of a minute, pull his pants down slowly. It's tremendous.
That's awesome. It's on HBO Max if you want to watch. I'm going to watch. I had forgotten about this show.
It's really good. You would like it too, Woody. It's so good. Anyway, we can stop describing episodes of Nathan for You, even though it's so funny to remember.
Your mic's wrong.
Oh, your mic's all.
Thank you. Sorry, I just I have a mute button. I hit it. Sappho and her friend. Are you guys, Kyle? I bet you know this subreddit.
What
It's
was
very
the
familiar.
subreddit? I
I'm
missed it.
going to need a refresher.
So it's when throughout history, historians refer to obviously gay
Got it.
people as friends. You know, like, you know, Kyle and Woody, they lived together for a long time. They raised a child. They were often seen snuggling. They were the closest of friends. And it's like, wait, what? So this guy
It's called
hit
Friends Throughout History. What is it called?
Sappho and her friend. I'll link it for you.
Sappho.
But I have a particular post that I thought was funny. It's about a 90-second read. And as I'm reading this, I'm like, is Taylor going to say this is fake? Taylor's going to say this is fake. So Taylor, you can be the judge.
see.
Let me read this to you. My roommate, 25-year-old male, and I, 25-year-old male, are weird around each other, and I want to kiss him. I want to start this off by saying we are both straight as nails. Quarantine has got me a bit, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't horny. Quarantine has gotten to me a little bit. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't horny. My roommate and I were talking about this, making jokes and stuff, and it ended up with us having sex. This was about a month ago, and it's become a normal thing now. Well, my roommate and I are beginning to act weird around each other. I notice he's been avoiding me, and he's acting weird around me. And when I asked him about that, he said being around me made him feel kind of nervous. I asked if it was because of the sex, and he said he didn't think so, but he liked it, and that he couldn't think of me without getting nervous anymore and didn't know why. I've been kind of feeling weird, too. The other day, he was talking about a really hot girl that he matched on Tinder with. And I felt jealousy almost. I think it was probably because the girl he was talking to seemed really awesome. But I've never gotten jealous when he talked about Tinder matches before. I'm pretty positive I'm straight. I've always been able to tell when a guy was attractive, sure, but that's normal for straight dudes. My roommate and I would joke about how hot Tom Ellis is all the time when we watched Lucifer together. But I've always been sure I was straight. Except the other day when we cuddled, like full-on cuddled, and I really wanted to kiss him, and I realized that what we were doing, we both kind of awkwardly took turns going to the kitchen to get dinner and then hang out in separate rooms. I'm really looking for insight here. I'm so confused. He's a really good friend. I get super sad at the thought of losing him because of this weirdness we're having right now. I just don't know anymore. And I don't know if I should talk to him about this or what I would even say if I did, or what we are, or if any of this is normal for roommates, or if I'm even straight. Honestly, the only thing I know at the moment is that I get this huge pit in my stomach when I think about this driving us apart. So any help or anything would be welcome. Edit.
Interesting.
So most people are in agreement that I'm not straight. Whatever I am, I'm beginning to realize that as well. And I'm having one of those moments where I'm thinking back on things and I mentally...
Can you imagine having a dick in your ass and not even have begun to thought that you might be gay?
I'm mentally facepalming about how I couldn't have realized sooner. I'm also coming to terms with the fact that I probably are definitely having feelings for my roommate, and there's a possibility he might be having them for me too. I decided to bring it up tonight. I cook dinner for us. I cook and bake as a hobby. So I've been making all of our meals and desserts and stuff. And I've been deciding to make his favorite food and then bring it up then. I'm still really, really nervous. Any insight, advice, or support would be welcome.
That caffeine pill is making my eyes bloodshot. I mean, good God.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I don't know who will still see this, but for anyone who wants an update, I ended up just sitting him down and talking to him honestly about how I was feeling. We had a serious talk about our emotions and how much we liked each other, and it ended up with us kissing and doing more. We made dinner together afterwards, so we still got to eat his favorite food. We're going to rewatch The Witcher now because that's a damn good show.
Of course.
So we're together now. He's my boyfriend, and apparently I'm not straight. Thanks for the help. Taylor,
Yeah.
Real?
I don't know. It's tough. I always like to believe everything on Reddit is fake, but I don't. It's hard.
That's not real.
To read that someone is like, I think I'm pretty straight. My roommate and I fuck pretty often. We're both men. Like it could be what we see all the time on Reddit, which is this is a gay guy living out a fantasy of fucking his straight roommate, and something like that. I don't know. And getting some exhibitionism in his stories.
There's definitely something not true about what he's told us there, because so I could believe like that he's coming to that he's just now realizing that he's gay. I could totally believe that. The thing that I don't believe is that he's realizing that he's not straight, and so is his roommate simultaneously, and they are both attracted to one another. That to me is not plausible. Like that seems like there's some 1 in a million star-crossed lovers bullshit.
You know, the foregone conclusion in the beginning of being like, well, quarantine's been rough and I'm horny, so I decided I wanted to fuck my male room. It's like that was just so blasé off the front, where it's like, really, there wasn't like a kind of turmoil in your mind of like, why do I want to do this? Am I gay? Do I want to do this? It's like, no, we were horny and so we fucked each other, and we do it all the time, but we're both straight. Like that, there's something iffy. Definitely not entirely true. I agree with you there, but nothing. You know,
the idea that they both just now realized that they're gay and that they're both attracted to one another are just impossibilities.
Yeah. And they're so horny they fucked each other? Like, Tinder still works. Like, obviously, his roommate still using Tinder. That wasn't prohibitive to him going out and fucking before.
Pretend it wasn't a pandemic. Pretend it was prison. There are guys who are gay for the stay who aren't gay.
Fair enough. Okay, that's different, though.
Yeah, they could...
Not exactly the same.
See, the Tinder thing, though, like, he even mentioned his roommate still using Tinder. So the option for fucking women was still there.
Yeah.
So, like, that debunks the beginning part, which is quarantine, we can't leave at all. 2 lines later, your fucking roommate's using Tinder, and you're getting jealous. Like, doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, that one popped up in my feed, and I didn't read any deeper into it than the title, though.
But is this a whole subreddit?
Yeah,
what is it? Gay people?
Sappho
and her friend. Yeah, I get a kick out of it. Did I link it to you?
Yeah. I'm on it.
I don't know who Sappho is, but I'm quite sure that it's some historical figure who was also secretly gay. It's just like Alexander the Great or Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, that's one too. Like, I feel like... I don't know. There were a lot of gay guys back in Greek times, and they just weren't branded as gay, I guess.
Well, it was much more...
That's also been overplayed a bit, where like we stereotypically think like, oh yeah, everybody in Greece was just like fucking kids. It's like, no, most of Greece, like, you couldn't just do...
I mean, I've talked about the Spartans and how the agoge worked, and how it would be very common for a young initiate to have an older man friend, and they would have sexual contact throughout like many years as he like an apprentice.
And if I recall, even all the other city-states at the time were like, yeah, Sparta's fucking weird, dude.
Well, they were weird. It was a pretty insane society.
Kind of cool, though, looking back.
Yeah, I love 300.
Yeah, 300, exactly the same as what was going on back then.
Yeah.
The
what you have to keep in mind with 300 is like it's the reason it's fantastical.
The Peloponnesian Wars with Sparta and Athens, was that it? The
Peloponnesian War, yeah. It was, and the specifically the one after Darius was dead, and his son Xerxes came to try to make up for his father's failure in the first Peloponnesian War and invaded Greece, and they stopped him at the Hot Gates, and
that's when the movie gets good.
I've always questioned the reality of some of the numbers, right? Like, it's 300 versus what, 100,000?
Many more. So
I know there were more Greeks or something, so it was 300 plus 5,000 more or something like that versus 100 grand. Is that about right?
Probably more than 100,000.
There's no way to know because
they claimed a million, but probably 150,000.
Even
back then, they would lie their asses off about military size. So like, they would like the biblical battles. They'll be like, and 1 million people lined up to fight against the Hebrews, or whatever. It's like, no, they didn't. Like, were there 1 million people in that general region back then? I don't know.
That's what I always fall down. Even like Kyle said, 100,000 or maybe more. That's a lot of people.
Yeah,
like that's a big battleground. 100,000? Like, how do you even get 100,000 people to fight? I feel like I'd be 9 rows back being like, Taylor, it's pretty cool. There's like no one's getting hurt right here, right?
This isn't like a...
You couldn't even fight at the same time.
So in the movie, obviously, it's like 1 million, but like almost all historians agree that it was 100 to 150,000.
Yeah. I just don't even know how you could know those things, you know?
Well, I mean, they were there counting.
The historians weren't there counting.
Somewhere.
Yeah, but historians back then are exactly
they wouldn't
like
be
historians today.
They'd be news reporters.
Yeah.
That's what historians were then. That's an old-timey news reporter. That's what a historian is.
I thought a historian was someone who looked at things that happened a long time ago.
I'm talking about the scholars that were alive then. And I'm sure they've got some sort of tabulation from the Persian side, right? Like they would have known how many men they brought. That would have been common knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, it all gets. I would imagine it kind of gets lost to history.
They
And they only held them. They only held them for like a week.
They exaggerated how many people they brought, and I have a source. It's Taylor.
Yes.
You know, they only held them for a week. And what you have to keep in mind is like the technological difference and like the difference in the soldiers was massive. Like the Persians were smaller in stature, and their armor was like leather and literally wicker. Their shields were wicker. Like wicker baskets, like wicker. And the Spartans were wearing, like forget what you saw in the movie, obviously. They're all wearing like loincloths and capes.
And capes, yes.
They wore thick bronze armor.
Little did you know
like
Jackie was a Spartan.
Yeah. That's what she's going for.
She's got a loincloth and a cape. No care.
They wore like thick bronze armor, you know, they had long spears, and they were at the cutting edge of military technocracy at the time.
Yeah.
This is my favorite historical event. It's so fucking cool. It's why we have democracy today. Greece was democracy. That's where it came from. There was no more democracy anywhere else on the earth. The only place there was democracy was Greece. And the Persians were coming in to stomp that out. An empire was coming in to get rid of the last stronghold of democracy on the entire planet. The very idea was about to be extinguished. And those guys, you know, defended that and won in the end.
Their democracy quite a bit different than ours, but yeah.
I also have a feeling.
Right.
I feel like democracy is a majority rule concept that would have come back, and like it's a pretty simple idea that would have been brought into fruition again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they were very selective with with suffrage and things. Like I think some of the city states you had to serve like in their military to get a vote or a say in anything.
I think we need to bring that back. I don't think everyone should just be a citizen.
Yep, you should have to be trained with a gladius.
What if you don't serve in the military?
That's Roman, not Greek, but I hear where you're coming from.
I don't care. you have to train with some kind of cool sword. How about that? It can be a samurai sword if you want. Just you have to be equipped. That's the new rule. You have to be adept with a blade. and then you can.
Before you vote, you slice 24 water bottles and you vote.
Dude, we might.
So when you said adept with a blade, I thought of those those milady tips my hat milady posts of those guys, which of course reminded me. Did you guys see Wings on the front page of Reddit this week?
No.
I haven't been going to Reddit very much.
Let me see if I've got a link. One moment.
He was on the front page of Reddit. I think
was
my
it
chat told me that.
18,500 upvotes.
Was it a Twitch related thing? Like a stream?
Nope.
Well, I
gotta get. Is he wearing a top hat?
He sure enough is. Yep. Hang on.
I'm very excited to see this. I'm a little nervous. I've got a lot of wrapped up. What do we have?
18,600 upvotes on Our Teenagers.
Today is my son's birthday. Let's surprise him by me showing up in his feed. Thanks, pimps. Thanks, pimps. That's great.
Oh. Is that Wings? That's
yes.
Not Wings.
Yeah.
Yes. 100,000 times yes. Come on, look at it. That's Wings.
I'm seeing how far you have to scroll down to see someone call it out. Yeah, this isn't even you. This is a picture of Wings of Redemption.
It's straight from his Twitter. I got a link to the Twitter.
Send me that link.
Oh, yep. Wings posted it?
Yes, it's his. Well, all right, Wings didn't put that on Reddit and pretend like he was someone's father, but that's a photo that Wings uploaded to his Twitter. And the text reads, "My new top hat came in."
Man, I wish top hats would come back.
He looks different to me. I'm crazy, I guess.
Well, it's from June
of this year. Yeah, I found the link was in the comments.
He looks thinner in this.
That's because he's got a top hat on.
Do top hats make you look thin?
It makes his head 2 feet long.
Damn. I
So,
get a top hat.
Yeah. Would a taller top hat work?
You
even
need one
better?
of those cat in the hat hats. That's fucking 4 feet tall.
We could experiment with hats, Taylor. Maybe the jester cap.
Nah, I don't know where it is.
I love that you own one, apparently.
I have a silly one. It was the same one that I had on this guy when he was dressed up as the plague doctor. Now he's Christmassy.
He's Christmassy. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
But I can't wear a top hat and a headset at the same time.
His frames are too big for his head.
Who, Wings?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That must be a fun problem to be able to have.
I'm sure they make horse glasses somewhere.
Yeah, they do. You need to put it on like a big orangutan moon face.
Like blind. Like maybe there's some like visually impaired race horses that needed some lenses.
They have to add an extra little nose hump on mine, so it's like a McDonald's M.
They're Carhartt brand. Fucking
Carhartt brand, just to stand the
no,
strain.
they're cat. It'd be cat. It'd be like cat, like make the bulldozers and stuff.
So do you think can we assume a fan of Wings of Redemption tried to get him on the homepage?
Maybe not a fan.
But it was a fanatical individual. I would say that, yes, if that's what you mean by fan.
I don't think that's what he meant. I do love that when like it used to happen on the Opie and Anthony subreddit all the time. That's the subreddit that got me into Reddit. Loved it. That was the only subreddit that's ever been banned like a few years ago that I was like, what the fuck am I using this site for anymore? But all they would do is post like unflattering pictures of Anthony. Like they would say he looked like Nana because they say he looked like a grandma when he was overweight, and so they would like post like like feminized pictures of him somewhere, and it'd be like, my Nana did XYZ. Let's give her a heads up or a thumbs up. And they'd be like, wow, good for you, Nana. Like
the Tunisian knife fighter picture is great.
Fucking back alley Tunisian knife fighter. I don't know, what was the other thing? He has no, what he calls Colin Quinn. Bob Kelly is another very fat comedian, and one of his best one-liners for him was he goes, Bob looks like a last-minute gift at the Beijing airport.
Like the Buddha.
Yeah. Colin Quinn has some of the best one-liners ever. Last-minute gift at the Beijing airport. Oh, man.
I wish he would act more. He's pretty funny in a movie. He was in that Amy Schumer movie that came out a few years ago that didn't actually suck. It wasn't bad. It had John Cena in it too, and Colin Quinn was great in it. I think he played like her father, maybe.
Yeah, I wish he would be in more stuff. Like he's hilarious. I don't get why he's not. Maybe he just doesn't want to, or I don't know. But he was the only person on the Opie and Anthony subreddit that wasn't absolutely hated. Or I should change that. He was the only living person that wasn't absolutely hated. The only people that they were okay with was Colin and Patrice. But good times. Before Reddit got
I'm like, Colin Quinn's getting roles. He was in Drunk Parents as Ryan the Bum number 2.
If anything, he needs to stop doing these little bit parts and do more stand-up.
Yeah, he's in
good.
QB Halloween as janitor. I don't know. It doesn't sound like a big role.
I watched QB Halloween because my girlfriend wanted to. It was that Adam Sandler Halloween movie, and it's Adam Sandler doing an impression of Adam Sandler.
Oh no!
And it is, I am going to save the town from Halloween. Like that level of Adam Sandler.
I hate that Adam Sandler.
It's pretty,
Adam Sandler's had like 3 good movies. The Waterboy, Big Daddy was pretty good, and Punch Drunk Love. And everything else is kind of horseshit.
I liked one that you didn't. I liked that 50 Dates, maybe?
51st Dates with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, I like that one.
Like this Hubie Halloween.
It wasn't bad.
It was like Adam Sandler, that lady from Modern Family, fucking Kevin James, Rob Schneider, Steve Buscemi, Ray Liotta, Michael Chiklis, Colin Quinn. Like it's Shaquille O'Neal is in it. Like it's star-studded, very well-known people, and it's just horrible.
Adam Sandler can be a pretty good actor, but I don't like his shtick. Right? You know, no. I like Adam Sandler when he's trying to be a good actor, not when he's.
I don't think it's meant for us. I think it's meant for children, and I think children fucking love it.
It's more for kids. Do you remember seeing Click?
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I know what it's about.
Yeah, are you familiar with Woody Click, the movie with Adam Sandler, where it's like
he has a magic remote controller. Or something.
Yeah, he can like fast forward and like, oh, I don't have to go to the dentist anymore. But he's like, the remote learns to get rid of all the boring parts, and so now I'm missing everything in my life. And I remember going into that being like, Adam Sandler, oh, this will be funny, and it is. One of the last scenes in that movie is he's accidentally fast forwarded through his entire life to his daughter's wedding. And then, like, he fast forwards through the wedding after one dance, and then he's on his deathbed being like, enjoy every moment. And I'm like, this is horrible. This is a terrible
Is there no rewind button on this remote?
No. Crazy oversight.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Punch Drunk Love is my favorite serious Adam Sandler movie. It's like what it's like what if the water boy, Bobby Boucher, actually existed in a real life scenario when there was no football. He's like a mild-mannered, clearly like touched person.
Yeah.
And he just gets pushed a little too far one day. He just gets pushed a little too far and he fucking snaps. And Philip Seymour Hoffman is in it. And
he was good.
There's this scene. I wish we could watch stuff here. But there's this scene where these guys are after Adam Sandler for some money that he doesn't even really owe them, if I remember correctly. There's like 3 of them, and they're like thugs for a gangster. And they intentionally ram his car with his like newly found girlfriend in it. And the car spins around, and he looks over at her, and she's got like blood like trickling down her forehead. And he just gets out and goes into like Bobby Boucher mode. Like just beats the shit out of one of them and like takes his like either a bat or a crowbar away and just beats the shit out of the other one with the crowbar, and then goes and starts smashing their truck to pieces. And then like the last one is just like begging not to be hurt. It's great. It's great.
Does he hurt him?
And no, he lets him go. And there's this line I quote all the time where he's like, he finally goes to Philip Seymour Hoffman, and Hoffman like is like a mattress store kingpin, which makes sense because like mattress stores I've always heard are a good way to launder money. And he's like telling him what's what. He's like, you're going to leave her alone. You're going to leave me alone. And that's that mattress man. It's a good movie though. It's a really sweet love story at the heart of it. And it's really loosely based on reality because one of the airlines had this like pudding promotion where like every pudding top was like 50 frequent flyer miles, but they didn't put a cap on it. So this guy figured out that he could buy the pudding in bulk from like Costco or something, and he would actually be making money the more he bought. And if he bought in a large enough quantity, like he would make hundreds of thousands of dollars. And like that's what Adam Sandler does. like because he's a little autistic or whatever, he's just like immediately recognizes like, oh, 50 miles per pudding. And well, I'm not going to buy the 6-packs. I'm going to buy the 12-packs. I'm going to buy a case of 12-packs, and that's a gross. And if I buy a pallet of grosses of them, well, I've just made 500,000 free frequent flyer miles. Well, I could duplicate that 3 times with $10,000, and I could just fly free forever. And you have lots of pudding.
It's too much pudding.
So yeah, he's like, hey, you want to go to Hawaii to this like newly found girlfriend? Also, the whole movie, he's wearing the same suit. Remember in The Waterboy where he's wearing that ridiculous blue ruffled tuxedo? And he's like, that's a nice suit, Bobby. Thank you. It was my daddy's. Like in this movie, he's always wearing a blue suit. Like, and they don't really talk about it. He's just always fucking wearing it, like every scene. And this movie takes place over the course of weeks. He's just always wearing this blue suit. It's so
just
weird.
Always filthy.
And like his sister will be like, "Why are you still wearing that suit?" And he'll just change the topic. He'll just he won't address it. It's fun. Like, it's not exactly a comedy. It's not a drama. It's not exactly a romantic comedy, but it is romantic. There is drama, and it is funny. Punch Drunk Love.
Good stuff.
Check that out. All sorts of good recommendations. Nathan, for you, Punch Drunk Love. Hubie Halloween, all certified fresh from the PKA boys. So, Oh, fuck. I had some story. Now I lost it in the mix. You ever open too many stories for the show and then you can't find the ones that are actually good?
Nope.
No. Nope. Nope. Fucking never. Oh, where? Oh, yeah. A guy did die from the murder hornets.
Oh, bullshit. Did he have allergic reaction? Or did he, like, run into a car?
He was 70 years old, and he was killed while picking fruit in Portugal. So thank God it's still way over there. Hopefully.
They're here.
Well, but not enough. Nobody's dying here.
I mean, there's hives of them. They're like it's not like they live. They're like solitary creatures.
He died of cardiac arrest caused by anaphylactic shock.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's a fucking.
This isn't even the. I should have.
Wait, why doesn't that count?
Because it's an allergic reaction.
Yeah,
like if you're allergic, if you're one of the few people like Peanuts killed another guy today. Really? Did they swarm him and sting him until he just died? Well, no, just one peanut he accidentally ate because he happens to be allergic to him. So he went into anaphylactic shock and died.
Shot a handful of him out of a potato gun, carved him up.
I'm not afraid of peanuts or murder hornets. Although I would hate to have to deal with one in real life. They look terrifying.
They look terrible. They're actually a lot of hornets look super terrifying. Are murder hornets worse than other hornets?
They're big.
Here's what a Japanese hornet looks like. We have these in Georgia.
So that's what those are. The murder hornet is part Japanese hornet. Those real huge hornets.
They're so fucking big. We had I'm getting an image of one, but I'm bad at things. We had a Japanese hornet hive at the like 3/4 of the way down our driveway growing up, and every time we would pull into or out of the driveway, Dad would roll the window in his truck down, stick a 12-gauge shotgun out it, and go boom, 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 and then roll them up. And like,
that is an ineffective way to kill bugs. Wait, that got rid of them?
Yeah.
Destroyed their
They
home?
were in like at the base of a tree. It was sort of like hollow, and so there was like this like vagina shaped crack in the tree, and the hive was in there. The hive is like bigger than a basketball, and you just blast it every day for like a week, and after that they were done for.
It's a good way. I don't know if I could do that here.
I'm sure he killed the queen.
Neighborhood.
That's probably what did it. I would imagine.
Do wasps have a queen?
Hornets do.
I feel like wasps don't play by bee rules.
I don't think they do. No.
Wasps
are carnivores. Bees are not.
Wasps and hornets are not. I sort of thought
Hornets are wasps.
Hornets are a subset of wasps. Okay, I had it the other way. Okay.
I mean,
they're scary. I've never been stung by one. I was telling someone just yesterday about whenever I got a penicillin shot for syphilis a year or two ago. They were like, "Yeah, the doctor was already like, it's gonna hurt," and I'm like, "Jesus, all right." I don't remember the last time I was warned like that, but okay. And the nurse finally comes in to give me the shot, and I'm like, he said it was gonna hurt real bad, you know. He's a fooling, right? And she's just like, "Oh no, this is gonna hurt." And I was just like how bad? What's it gonna feel like? And she's like, "A hornet sting, like a hornet sting." And I'm like, "I've never been stung by a hornet. What's it gonna be like?" She's like, "I don't know. It's gonna be real bad." And I'm like bending over this thing so she can jab me in the ass. And I just remember thinking like, all right, don't cry in front of the woman. We're not gonna cry. We're not gonna flinch.
How old are you for this?
This is this year.
33, 34.
This is like January, dude.
Okay. There's a young 33. Yeah.
And she, you know, they're building it up like she's about to fucking shoot me in the ass with a dart gun, and I'm expecting like the worst pain I've ever felt, and she just goes prick, soup, and I'm just like, the fuck was everybody talking about? Like, this is nothing. This is nothing. Like it legitimately was nothing.
It didn't turn into anything. I thought the secing half of the story was when, then that's when the venom struck. There's something.
It got a little sore, but like, I'm not a pussy.
I think I missed the very beginning. Why were you getting a shot?
Syphilis.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to let that run around.
I've been going after me. I'd had it for a couple years.
Yeah, well, you didn't want to become Al Capone. And
Really?
That's what I said I was like, I feel like a buccaneer. Like, this is what took Capone down.
Yeah,
a lot
He
of
didn't
people
laugh.
he had
a lot
it
of
for 40
people-
years.
I've read people don't die of syphilis anymore, or even have bad effects because they get something else along the way that make them take antibiotics.
Yeah.
I guess
And it's like neurodegenerative.
Yeah, it
so
takes
it'll
10
just
years to
rot your
develop
brain.
to become neurosyphilis, which is what rots your brain.
But then
But I think once you
get
have
like,
that, it's done. Like, you can't fix it, right?
But
Right.
what I'm trying to say is commonly someone will get like a strep throat or something, or you go to the doctor with a cold and they throw antibiotics at you inappropriately, but whatever, it fixes your syphilis.
Yeah.
I think that happens.
Yep, absolutely it does. Yeah, just, they gave me a fat dose of penicillin, though, or amoxicillin or whatever the fuck.
One of the
But
Cillins, yeah.
they made it sound like such a big deal, and I was just like, why did they lie to me? I really, either because it's not a pain tolerance thing. I do believe I have a high pain tolerance, but
This didn't
not
even
so
test
much
it.
so that I didn't notice what everyone else thinks is a hornet sting. Like, it's not
Yeah.
that.
You've never, ever been stung by a wasp, hornet?
By wasps a lot, because like that's what. Look, I'm from a small town in Georgia. Our summers were spent fighting wasps. That's how we had fun.
Wait, you did it on
we
purpose?
didn't-
Yeah. We'd make
would try
wasp
to avoid
fighting
them.
suits, build wasp fighting weapons, and we would fight wasps. We had an enormous amount of wasps.
I'm from Jersey. When there
Wasp
were
fighting.
wasps by the trash can, we went somewhere else.
We would go after the wasp. We would take the fight to him,
They'd
like
say,
President Bush.
they'd say, Woody, don't throw that away in that one. There's wasps. And I'd be like, thanks for the tip.
I do remember, like, the first time I got stung by a wasp, like, as a kid, when previously to that, I'd only been stung by bees. And bees, like, really not bad. Just kind of like, you fucker. Like, that kind of thing. Like, wasp, that really blindsided me. Like, running around, getting stung. Because, like, in your head, you're like, oh, my God, this is the most startling new pain I've ever felt. Like, as a 5-year-old running around out there.
Do you have lots of different kinds of wasps there, like lots of different colors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have some faker wasps. You have those faker wasps where it'll be like, you take a nice peek at them and you're like, you're one of those bullshit wasps. You're some kind of fly. Fuck you.
I'm the opposite. So I don't get stung by wasps and bees very often. I got stung by a bee 2 years ago, maybe. And I was like, wow. And it wasn't like I was crying or anything. It stung the palm of my hand. And I'm like,
That's a bad spot.
You know why?
because bees hate me. And
No.
and I was just like, I was not exaggerating as a child. This is a rough event to go through. Like, it really sucked.
You know why you don't get stung a lot? They think you are their god. You're up there fucking... They see you coming and they're all over their fucking... The great one has arrived again.
Brightly colored wings, some sort of giant flower.
Yeah, you come buzzing into town, fucking 12-foot wide wing. A 200-pound bee just landed, and they're all gobsmacked.
Gobsmacked. Such an old
This
time
makes
word. I love
perfect
that.
sense.
Well, now that we talked about that, I'm definitely going to get stung by a bee in the next few days. We just
Do
changed
you have any allergies?
it. I usually don't, but this year, like some kind of pollen or something's been making me a little nasally. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, when
wasn't
you
here
went to
for
the bathroom at the 2-hour mark, I
I just now realized with like 10 or 15 minutes left of the show, I was like, I haven't heard Taylor do a goddamn ad.
Nope, we hammered them both out. Bada bing, bada boom.
Nice.
So we're solid. Oh, Woody, you never talked about, I don't think we got to it because we did the ads, the Pope Francis liking an ass pic.
Yeah. I thought maybe you guys just didn't like the topic, but
No, I like it. I like the
Yeah.
girl. I don't care about the Pope liking the post, but I like the girl.
yeah, I can't show you guys all the pictures. Of course, Kyle and Taylor.
Just Google Pope likes Instagram ass.
Yeah.
That'll take care of it.
So this picture I'm showing you on if you watch it on YouTube, it's cutting off a little bit of the magic, and it's blurred out. He liked a naughty picture.
She's a Brazilian bikini model, and she's got a big old ass.
She does,
It's nice.
Good for the Pope.
right? It's always. I think it's kind of sick to desexualize a man like they do in the Catholic Church. Like that's just, it's weird and wrong. Like you can't just desexualize a human and say you're married to the church or whatever it is they say. Like that's insanity to me.
Yeah.
And it makes them worse at their job. Well, one, it makes
much
them,
worse.
Makes them pedophiles, which is kind of being bad as a
See,
priest.
I'm not sure about that. We've talked about this before. I think you're putting the cart before the horse here. I don't think that the priesthood makes pedophiles. I think that the priesthood is a good place for pedophiles to hide. I think they become priests because they already are pedophiles, and this is a job that comes with no suspicion for not dating, power, and access to young boys.
I do understand that that's a solid argument, but I can't get past this notion that if they had a healthy sexual outlet, they might not get steered and diverted to these weird, kink, unhealthy sexual outlets.
It would be like it's like being an ice cream man who's above repute. Like it's perfect. Like, and even if they get caught, they just like move, they shuffle them around to other dioceses. Just, oh, you're going to be a Jersey priest now. All right.
It's like when the hydraulic
Italians
press
up there,
channel presses in on the Play-Doh. It's got to squirt out somewhere, right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's science.
So like
That's science.
I know way back in the fucking day, olden times, like 1,000 years ago, in the Catholic Church, like royal families, I mean, gay people have been around forever. Like if there was like a funny son who was gay, it was basically like, you son of a bitch, you're going to be a priest because there is no other way we can explain this to France or whoever else we're warring with right now. And so it would just be like,
Bulgarians are going to shoot a priest.
I don't want to be a priest. And it's like, you will fucking go to church and you will be a goddamn priest. Like that. Like they used to do that. They would just ship gay.
They'd
family
also
members
do
off
that
to
to
the
sluts.
for the nuns.
They'd make so nuns were former sluts?
A lot of them were, yeah.
What a terrible job for a slut.
They still are.
Maybe they got it all out of their system, and now they want to be like, oh, I had all the fun. Now I'm going to be godly.
Is that how humans work?
Probably not.
Like, man, I've got a high sex drive, but I used it up. I'm not down anymore. It's finished. All that sex made me content.
Yeah, probably not then. I would not want to be an employee of any church. Doesn't seem like, or no, you know what?
No, I would like that. I just don't need the responsibilities.
What responsibilities?
I'd want to be a television pastor.
I don't know, cleaning up all the jizz in the booths.
Yeah, true.
No, the kids have to do it.
One way or another.
I don't know why you're spilling so much jizz. I'd teach them to swallow.
Lock and load.
Why is there a hole in your confessional?
It's the glory confessional. The glory.
Perhaps you'd like to relieve yourself in a different way. Remember Cricket? And he's taking the guy's confession in the bathroom. And if you'd like to relieve yourself in a different way, that'll be a sixer.
Give me 15 Hail Marys and 193 sucks.
That always seemed like the worst thing. Like, because most of my family on my dad's side's Catholic. The whole, like, oh, yeah, we went to confession. I have to say 50 Hail Marys. And I would always be like, do you really do it? They're like, no. Throw, like, one out there. Control-C, Control-V. The big man. the big man gets it. He knows what's up. He doesn't need to hear that many prayers.
I wonder if people ever try to rack up a high score of some point, right? Like, oh, I got 75 Hail Marys this week. I think I can get 100 next week. I just have to, I don't know.
Yeah. Or it's like you build up a little bit of credit with God, and so you can go in and be like, I did rob a mini mart. All right, 500 Hail Marys. It's like, well, I netted 700, so I guess we're good. We're cool. Like I have 500 sitting in the wings in storage. We'll just fire those up. It just doesn't make any sense. At least it's better than when they used to make them pay, or it'd be like, hey, your father, he's hanging out in purgatory. You got a little bit of cashola. Might be able to, tell the priest to send a good word. And then like some poor peasant who can't fucking read gives him a gold coin. Oh, that's so terrible. That's so awful to do.
That's how I'd be running shit. Those were great times when you could just tell people something and they'd believe it. There was no internet. There wasn't even everybody was illiterate.
That would be so good. To live somewhere where no one else can read and you've got the book that they all believe, you could just say whatever you want.
It says here, I'm going to need $100 from all of you or hell.
And anytime
now, I know
someone
some of you
else...
don't have $100, but you do have daughters. We'll head on over to Deuteronomy, see what it says about that. Yep. Daughters
it
will
seems
work.
you have to watch too. Like you just anytime someone else who can read comes into town, you're like, witch. Some guy comes in with a book, you're like, this motherfucker's gonna ruin my grift. Get him out of here! That's Satan. Oh, are you questioning the man who reads the sacred symbols?
This is basically how Mormonism was created.
Yeah, Mormonism. That guy snuck in. That guy snuck in at the last possible moment in time to invent another religion. The absolute last second. Well, but like, even now, most Scientologists, like, how much do they really believe? Really,
they're in slave camps. I think a lot of them believe.
I don't know.
Why do you think they're doing it, Taylor, if they don't believe?
I think that, at least based on that, a couple of the interviews I've watched with ex-Scientology people, a big reason they stay in is because part of the onboarding process is giving up a lot of secrets and things that could be damaging to you professionally or personally. And so then you pretty much have to stay involved, otherwise you'll be fucked.
So they got conned at least at one. If they were believing in the start, then
exactly, yes. So you come in because you believe. They give you the free testing or whatever, and then
auditing.
You spill your audit. You spill your guts about all these things. They pressure you into saying things that you otherwise wouldn't, and then
I'd admit to a bunch of shit that wasn't even true.
I'm just talking about some other guy, but do that kind of thing. That might be kind of fun. Go get a free Scientology audit. See if my humors are in balance.
Oh, I think you can. Can you buy an e-meter? That'd be sick.
What's an e-meter?
It's what they use to gauge your thetan level. And
Jesus
so
Christ.
If you don't have a high level of thetans, then you're probably... Is it thetans? Well, you want a low thetan level, right? Is that right?
$300.
$300.
They sell them on Amazon?
They sell them on eBay.
An e-meter.
Oh, you can also get a 383 stroker crate engine here for $5,000. That's a nice engine. I'm gonna save this for later.
$310 for a Mark Super 7 Quantum E-meter Electrometer Professional Hubbard Scientology #1. That's a good price for that. Maybe.
#1. Yeah.
So you hold the each handle and the guy watches the readings on the other side, determines your body thetans. Do you know what body thetans are?
They're supposed to be the souls.
I know that you
Oh.
know. I'm asking Woody knows what body thetans are.
No, I assumed it was like the Jedi thing, the
midichlorians.
Yeah, I was gonna call them mitochlorians, which I know is wrong, but yeah, okay.
So body thetans are so long ago the intergalactic ruler Xenu, who's like the big bad of this religion. He reigned over many star systems, and he had an overpopulation problem in his galactic empire. So he rounded up billions of people, aliens, and he flew them to Earth in spaceships that looked a lot like DC-10s, and he dumped them into Earth's volcanoes, and their souls arose from the volcanoes and came to inhabit the bodies of early man when we were really not much more than early primates, and we evolved further into man. But those thetans, the souls of those long dead aliens, still inhabit our bodies, and they are the cause of really all of our negative emotions, actions, feelings, greed and selfishness and pride.
So the aliens are bad.
Yes.
Their presence in us is bad, whether or not they at one time were bad or not. Their presence in our bodies is causing all these negative things. Okay. And so only through Scientology, and more specifically through auditing, can you remove these and and become a more enlightened, better person who's just that's why they don't believe in therapy and therapeutic drugs, like the antidepressants and such, because they believe that depression and things like that, all mental illness really is caused by these body thetans. And so to treat it with drugs is sort of like an abomination, it's turning your back on the true cause of them, which is the body thetans.
So it's like Christian Science in that way.
Yeah. So instead of solving the depression or whatever it is with auditing and, Scientology in general, going to pharmacology is a big no-no.
Yeah. We went to a Christian Science church when we were in high school, or maybe it was middle school, so they could tell us what they believe in everything. And one of the ladies had glasses, and their whole thing was don't go to the doctor, because if you pray hard enough, God will deliver you through it. And this nerdy kid was like, I noticed your assistant has glasses. Is that because she didn't pray hard enough? And I thought that was really funny. Everybody laughed at these people, and we were 12 or 13.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's just go with one of the mainstream Christianities. If one of them's going to be right, it's going to be one of the main ones. It's not going to be Mormonism. It's not going to be Christian Science. Why do you think
one of the main ones would be right? Why do you think the odds are better?
I don't know. Catholicism's been around a long time, right?
Judaism. I think the Jews got it right.
The Jews got it right.
Yeah. They were around before anybody else?
No, you know what? The Zoroastrians prior to...
do not bring up the Zoroastrians.
Well, I mean, that's what Judaism and Christianity is based on, right?
I'm aware. It's the first monotheistic religion.
Very true. Very true. I don't know much more about Zoroastrianism than that.
That's pretty much all I got, too.
Good. I was hoping you wouldn't outclass me on Zoroastrian knowledge.
I'm really glad that's all you know, because it's a little bit more than I knew. And
I might bring it up, and Kyle's like, "Oh yeah, originating in the Fertile Crescent, 6000 BC."
Is that the one that has a few other things in common, like Christmas, December 25th?
No, but it was heaven and hell and a Satan character.
But they did celebrate the Saturnalia and the winter solstice and stuff like that, and it just kind of because that's what it used to be, right? The Romans celebrated the winter solstice celebration, and then when Constantine dictated that would be the official religion of the Roman Empire, then they transitioned to the current celebration.
Well, see, the Romans were so it's a combination of a lot of things. It's all about melding cultures together whenever an empire is conquering. So all those Germanic tribes that were celebrating their pagan winter solstice holidays were conquered by the Romans. You kind of had to bring them into the fold of Christianity. So they just made it part of Christianity. That's a big part of why Christmas is celebrated in late December. We don't know when fucking Jesus was born or when he died.
I wish the New Year was more tied into the winter solstice, or one of them. Make it the day when the first day of summer, the first day of winter, right? Winter solstice is when our side of the hemisphere is farthest from the sun. Am I right about that?
Something like that.
Yeah. So winter solstice or summer solstice should be the first day of the year. That'd be better. And then you'd know, it's day 180. This is winter. It's day
I agree.
1. That's summer. It's a better system.
That's probably a good reason for it not being that way.
I think
maybe just laziness.
I saw something where it's we could have a 10-month year with 35 days per month each month, and it would line up at XY. This is so long ago, I don't remember all the details, but I remember finishing
metric
it being
calendar.
This guy's making a lot of sense. But I'm also not going to learn about milliliters and such.
But it's 36 and a half days per month. Wonder what his plan was for the other day and a half. Vacation, I hope.
Weekday.
Maybe we just shorten the year.
Yeah, the Julian calendar is just inherently flawed.
Just shorten the way we count it. Everybody gets older a little faster.
but we have to circle the Earth has to rotate that many times for
pish posh.
Okay. Yeah. Pish posh. I can't argue with that. You got me.
Yeah. Suddenly 16-year-olds can buy beer, because they went around enough times. Yeah. That's a good idea. Not really.
The metric year. I am kind of digging it.
We should have. I wish we switched to the metric system, when I was in kindergarten.
Me too.
Because now I don't want to learn it. and it's just ingrained in my head that I don't think in those terms. Like I
feel like I know it well enough.
I mean, well enough, but it's like I don't think if I see something going like 80 kilometers an hour, 100 kilometers an hour, it's like I have to in my head to be like, okay, 100 kilometers an hour, that's like 60 miles an hour, right around there. I think
something like that. That I don't know,
Yeah.
but like measurements and weights, I got.
Why?
Wait, but that's a measurement.
It's a speed. It's a measurement times a time though. It's different. Like I could picture 80 miles an hour because I've done it. And I know which animals can do it, but like I have no idea what runs 100 kilometers per hour, and I have no idea, like off the top of my head, what it's like to drive 100 kilometers an hour. But if you tell me something is 50 meters long, I know how long a yard is, and I can imagine that plus whatever it is, 58 inches or whatever the fuck.
I'm with you on distances. I'm better at speeds, it sounds like, and I'm not as good at the weights. And the volumes, I'm okay.
A kilo is like 2.2 pounds, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Yeah, but if you tell me like an engine weighs 18 kilos, I'm like, or better yet, if someone's weight drops from like, what does a person weigh? 60 kilos? And they drop that to 58 kilos? Like, I don't have a real good like observation.
Yeah, I've still got to think about that.
Yeah. Like that.
Who's the worst? Are those fuckers saying stone?
Stone.
How on earth am I supposed to watch a good fat person show across the pond when they're like,
Marcus weighs
Susan
13
entered
stone.
weighing 29 stone. After only a month, she's down to 27 stone. It's like, how is that helpful? How much is a stone? If it's that much, wait. Do they say you lost half a stone? You lost you lost a couple pebbles?
Yeah.
I get it.
Geordie weighs 4 boulders.
Yeah, a stone is 14 pounds. That's so inconvenient.
Yeah. It doesn't multiply well either. Not like 10.
You know what? But I do like the way that you could. I'm going to start telling people my weight in stone. That's a much lower number.
It's a much lower number. I weigh 3 stone and 47 pebbles. The fuck?
Yeah, I don't even know what country does that. Scotland?
I think it's England.
England?
I always hear it when it's like English fighters is when it comes up in my world.
Oh, I didn't consider that.
At 14 pounds, every weight class could be another stone for a bit.
Yeah. The 10 stone class, the 11 stone class.
Yeah.
Actually, that would pretty much line up.
I need
right?
to take a
Like
look at the
140
master
pounds?
stones to figure this one out. I need to see their stones.
Some guy. Seamus, maybe we should do something a bit more precise. I've already got the stones. Put them on the fucking scale and put me on it. It's like, well, Seamus is the scariest guy in the village. I'm not telling him he can't do the stone thing. I know it's retarded. You tell him. I'm not doing it. The stones are only there because he threw them. I'm not fucking with Seamus.
Remember that game from Braveheart where you would stand and throw stones at each other?
Yeah. I totally forgot about that.
And Mel Gibson's like the genius who finally picks up a little stone and just whips it at the other guy instead of throwing a big boulder.
Nobody else thought of that.
Yeah. That's illustrating early on that he's thinking outside the box, right? Like he's not going to conform to your silly rules and grab a boulder like everybody else.
Just whips that stuff. Man, I'm due for a rewatch on that movie.
There's an edit that's much better, where his death is the first thing that happens, and then the rest of it is his flashback. And that way you end the movie on a much higher note. Because I don't know about you, but every time I watch it, I'm just like, all right, it's coming. Like, it's all downhill from here, boys. That's the last battle, really. Yeah. And now they're going to betray him, and then it's just Torture Town. And it's just Torture Town.
If you don't watch the last 20 minutes, pretty uplifting film.
Yeah, exactly. But in the re-edit, it's like a fan edit,
Does the king Prima Nocta, right, is what kicks the whole
Prima
thing?
Nocta.
Prima Nocta. Yes. Does the king sleep with her or just try to?
I think he gets to fuck her because...
Are you talking about William Wallace's girl?
Yeah. I kind of remember they're trying to fuck William Wallace's girl, or is it somebody else's?
He was doing it to a lot of people.
Well, they married in secret so that would not happen. And then what like gets the ball rolling in the story is that some soldiers were trying to rape her, like completely unrelated. And William Wallace goes and beats the shit out of them. And then as they're riding out of town together, she gets hit in the head and falls off her horse, and he doesn't realize it because they were splitting up. And then before he can get back to like help her, they slit her throat.
Ah, that's worse.
Spoiler alert from 1994.
That's worse than raping her, really.
Did I get that right? Was it 94?
I'm going to say 91.
I'm going to say 95.
Damn it, I think Woody's right.
95.
Fuck.
That was... I just thought that with the other two numbers out there, I would be closer 95 and up. That was my... I didn't know. I was just like, ooh, I get a big range if I choose that.
Well, we've still got Macaulay Caulkin on you.
You do.
In fairness, that's
Macaulay
not a
Caulkin.
name. Yeah, Macaulay Caulkin. That would be like the retarded clone. I'm calling Macaulay. None of his traps work. He just gets kidnapped by the burglars.
Joe Pesci beat me until I was like this.
They call him a dirty animal or filthy animal.
Yeah,
I liked that movie as a kid. That was like one of my favorite movies as a kid. Like top two for sure. Like that. And Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Those are were the two movies I watched over and over with Angela Lansbury. The one where she's an apprentice witch in England, and it's World War II times. And she has subscribed to Professor Emilius Brown's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and she's like a mail order witch. She's getting like the books and literature from him, and he just copied all this shit down, and he's selling it because he's like a scam artist. And they work for her. The spells work for her. And she's got these 3 young children who are brothers and sisters who are hiding from the bombing in London. And they go to live with her. They discover she's a witch. And they go on these adventures with Professor Emilius Brown. There's one part for like 25 minutes that's animated. It's great. It's great. There's lots of songs. You're at the age of not believing. There's something wonderful in you.
The movie's from 1971.
Yeah.
And Angela Lansbury's still alive.
Yeah. She's really hanging in there.
Years old.
I put her on the death pool, but
95.
95. She's right there with Betty White nearly.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Good, clean living.
God, her 54-year-old or 54 years of marriage to a guy, and then he dies of old age 17 years ago. That's gotta suck. You're just like, well, the person I lived my whole life with isn't here anymore.
She's got a significant chunk of life without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was
the best years.
77?
Yeah.
Dude, the best years, 77 to 95.
Dude, ding 95.
God, I hope not.
Yeah, I hope I cash out before 90. Or no, fuck it. Let's
Don't
see
worry,
let's
you
see
will.
What happens. I definitely will. If I make it to 75, that's a pretty good run.
I'll take you out if you're napping too hard.
Yeah. I start snoring annoyingly.
I don't know, Kyle, you'll be what, 78 at that situation? How old is he?
I'm going to take him out well before he gets into his 70s.
Yeah.
Like a good friend.
At 4 years apart or so, I don't think Kyle's going to age rapidly enough for me to take advantage of, like, haha, I'm a spry 70 and he'll be 75 in 6 months.
Where do you think your greatest advantage lies? Okay, for example,
what year?
If you're 30 and 34, that's probably not the biggest gap, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think, like, year-wise, you would have your biggest athletic, maybe 76, 80, 74, 78?
I think the longer it goes on, the bigger the gap. Because, like, the difference between 96 and 100 is shocking.
Honestly, like, maybe, like, 56 to 60. Like, you could still be a decently fit 56-year-old.
Yeah,
60 is
that's
when
true.
your skin starts breaking down. You start just looking horrific.
That is a time, yeah.
Get that paper skin.
This is cutting a little close to home, but I don't disagree.
This is, that's 13 years from now.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Well, you guys want to call it a show?
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm going to eat and play some zombies.
Ooh,
Nice.
cool. All right. PKA 518.